Bro. Oh, how are you doing this morning, bro? Communities that are like myself. No. No. There are communities who are upon. Okay, this is a great question. I appreciate this question, Seamaster. Dang, that's such a good question. This is what I do. If you wanna, if you want to. Coffee would be great actually if I had it. I would be drinking it. Community. No, I have not found community of this sort. I've found individuals who are on a diverse path, such as a Renaissance festival. You have a lot of people there. They're exploring life. They're seeing what it's about. They're getting involved in the good times. They're enjoying the revelry, all that good positive stuff, new experiences. And some of them very much are on their spiritual path. They have that yearning, though um, even at particular places, they always have a specific core that they're leaning towards. Otherwise, you start getting into festivals like Burning Man and stuff like that. I've never been myself. Let's see, and okay, cool. That was a little sound check. Though that community is something that I'm striving to create myself, and with the assistance of others, is truly bringing this kind of community together where we can bring our various cultures, and we're not there just for a fun time, just to drink and get wasted, but we're really there to exchange our culture, our being, our ways that we found with each other. And so, are there communities, plural? No. Is there a community? One? Yes, this one. And that's a bit of a contributing reason. There's always a multitude of reasons why I do something. One reason isn't usually good enough to motivate me. Though that's one of the reasons why I do come on here as I do every single day currently is because I would like to establish this kind of community in the world, some sort of regular coming together with people who can really share and be themselves, and they actually have a shared focus of that growth of that path. So, good one, Seamaster. Good morning, Forsaken Kings. Let's see here. Um, I'm bringing up some of your poems. I don't really know. I read a couple of them yesterday. There we go. This is Forsaken King's poem that I'm about to read. Ash and morning. I've worn the night like it was skin, like it soaking deep within, let it soak deep within. Smiled when I was running low so no one else saw the undertow. I've made a home in clenched up jaw in doing what I had to do. I've swallowed fire, called it air, and kept my name when life said lose. But hear me, I am not dark, I am what survives it. Some days I'm rust, and some days I'm blade, some days I'm just the man afraid. Still I get up, still I move, not because I'm numb, because I choose. And when the past comes back to speak, I don't deny it, I don't kneel. I let it say what it came to say, then I remind what is real. I'm learning light doesn't need permission, doesn't beg, doesn't bargain, doesn't plead. It grows in cracks, it shows up stubborn, like breath, like grit, like need. So if you see me calm and quiet, understand the truth behind. I didn't heal by getting lucky, I fought my way back inch by inch in my own time. Dude, Forsaken Kings, what a poem! What a poem! Uh, totally like I, I didn't just feel that, like I've lived that. That's You're definitely a brother, bro. You definitely, we definitely share that same type of history, and it's interesting in these days and these times, and finding family at these times, finding people that are one and of the same. Whatever we went through, our hearts, our frequencies, they resonate the same. And that tune, it's a new tune, it's not an old tune. Laura McLachlan. Wow, 36. We're like 5 years apart, bro. I keep trying to say I'm gonna forget, but I'm like 5 years away from. We're right in the same boat. Yeah, well, yeah, and that's okay. So we have to go through more in a shorter amount of time. Why? I'll get back to Can you read my energy online, Laura McLaughlin? McLaughlin. Well, I'll get right back to you. Don't go away, if you'd like. But this one I got entertained. Um, so if we take 50 years to go through an event, then we only have the remainder of our years to be able to formulate anything with the skills we just picked up, because the event was not just bad. It wasn't just like, oh my gosh, like destructive. We learned from this mug, and it changed everything we did. It changed how we talked. It changed who we inspire, who everything, okay? That ripple effect, all right? So we have been our generational ascension upon this world. You could believe or not, but this is the way I see it. We talk about these generational groups that come in, right across the ages and times, Greeks and Romans, and your average generation as it's been. The way I see it is everyone has been that generation is a new landing of ETs. The asteroids, the comets, they bring molecules. Those molecules disperse into the atmosphere, and the spirit, the soul, it can tether onto anything, get into our atmosphere, and be born aplenty. This generation, this touchdown of ETs, we knew we had to make things speed fast. We had to get our licks in early, because if we waited, we were going to be fucked. If we waited, we were going to be set in stone. We weren't going to be able to adapt. We weren't going to be able to maneuver. We weren't going to be able to create such a array of ripples that this world needs to experience. And I believe that's why we've had to experience as much as we've had to undergo, just like you were mentioning Forsaken Kings, learning so much at yet a young age. And we are advanced beyond our years. That's why when I look at a person, age is not a descriptor of their intelligence. Age is not a sign of the advancement or lack of their soul. But there's a bunch of us, and we got a fire lit under our tush, and one way or another, we keep running right back into the fire. We see the burning building, and we're like, well, I'm a firefighter. Gotta get in there and save the person screaming. And we keep growing, and we keep going. That's why we're fire shamans. And if you are unaware or don't recall, the fire shaman is the individual who is learning so rapidly, so fast, that no teacher can keep up with them. So fire shaman really must learn A, how to be their own best teacher, and two, be whatever, how to see everybody and everything else in the world as their teacher. Because when I look at all the elements and everything around me in my room, outside, the people I talk to, and everything from small youth to proper mature wise individual, it is their soul I'm connected to. It is their heart that I am striving, that I am listening, that I'm paying attention to. Somebody left a wonderful comment, and it is all the elements. It's everything. It's what they're saying. It's what they're not saying. It's what's synchronizing in the moment of events, or what's crashing in the moment of events. Whatever kind is happening, I'm putting it all together, and I'm seeing what I can, because I've got a blank page in front of me. I'm not creating, and I'm looking to see the truth of their heart. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to connect with. And a lot of times, in order to give a message to the heart, the mind can become very obtrusive. The mind can become very obstinate. Though once the lesson is had, once the experience has been experienced, well, there's no going back from that. The experience is the seed of which they can mature from, and thus become a living tree of life. Um, Laura McLaughlin, are you still here? Just shoot a message in the chat, and I'm going to jump to you if so. Because you were asking, can you read my energy from online? Nope, I got you. Okay, cool. I do see you there, Laura. All right. Okay, so right now I am going to ignore the chat. My mind, my eyes aren't going to be there. Um, it's not just the connection to online, but the semantics on the words. So I'm not going to worry about that. I got three words in my head: timid, shy, reluctant. Those are the three words that jumped into my head. Doubt, disbelief, not trusting one's own self can lead to missing the omens, the signs that the divines give to us. And I'm connecting with you more, so I'm just going to kind of leave divines out of it. And I'm going to expressly mention to you that this is your own energy that you're activating. These are messages that you leave yourself from your higher self. And you've been unsure whether to follow these things because you've mentioned it a time or two to a person or two and they didn't believe you. But I tell you, I believe you because I've experienced these at first anomalies. And when I followed these omens, then I started to see an order of events. I started to see a structure, organization. Somehow, in all of those hidden messages that only I could perceive and understand, could I actually do what I knew I should. That was in my heart to do. And when my mind started thinking about those things in those days, my mind would convince my body that my heart was wrong, that the impulse of what I was connecting with was wrong. But my heart never felt anything bad. It was my thoughts of disbelief causing me to be reluctant to move forward. And then as time and events came and trust and all that kind of stuff happened with the spirit, I progressed like none other. And all that reluctancy kind of just went out the window. Now I gotta sometimes just double ask and be like, is that correct? Yep. Okay, let's keep moving forward. But truly, this is energy that we bring out from within us. It is latent energy. It is latent human ability. They say that we use only 10% of our brain. Our bodies, our brain, the entire aspect of all that we are, if we used all of it consciously, properly, we'd be using a lot more than 10%. But that takes work and effort. So you can let me know if I was how I did there. Okay. Laura, I am going to shoot you my email. Robert Stafford said, "What the fuck, dude?" And if you're paying attention to what just happened and was conveyed, it just happens a lot. It happens a lot. And I get pretty spot on. Um, but Laura, send me an email, and I have my own published book. It's Citra. It's on Amazon.com. Hardback, softback. It's got a divine love language, and the words that are included in it are 109 unique words with their accompanying definitions, so forth and so on. And they are experiences that you go through on a day-to-day basis, but we just chalk it up to whatever. And I want, and all of these words have an emotional connection. There's an emotional connection with every single word, and that's one of the realities of this language that I presented that to the world that I created, was because the words we use, they do not convey emotion. And I feel something every moment of the day, whether it's sad, whether it's happy, whether it's nonchalant. I'm in an emotional mood all day long, one or the other. It could be steady or it could shift, whatever's happening. But to have words to convey how I'm feeling without you having to put together one, two, three, four, what the fuck? Are you really telling me? Are you feeling something? That's really what was at the core of this language, and to help people realize that they were on a shamanic path of life and didn't even know it. They didn't have to go to a church. They didn't have to go to a temple. They didn't need a guru. They were naturally upon the direction of their life which was a shaman initiate. They were realizing all the abilities that they had within them, and they were going through this naturally. And so that book presents that. I'll send you a copy of that PDF for free, and Laura, and then the other thing I want to email you is an invocation. Now, let me explain. I think you're pretty familiar, and to me, you don't have a problem with it. Others, they may be like, "Oh, invocation. Well, what are we doing here?" Invocation means I am bringing an energy that is within me. It's a dormant energy, and the invocation is exciting this inner energy to resonate within my body. I'm not trying to call this energy outside of myself. Invocation. I'm activating the latent energy within me. When that becomes active, I can really connect with my sixth and beyond senses. And so I'll send you a copy of that as well. And I've shared this with a multitude of people. It was the first invocation I went over, and it really synced me together and put me on my path. And I share that with you because I don't need to guide you every single day. You just trying to get that solid connection, and once you got it, you're good to go. And that's the reality of what I'm about here is a good teacher. A good teacher, 2 years max. 2 years maximum. That's all you need them in your life for. A good teacher. A great teacher, 2 months. 2 months, they'll give you everything they've ever learned in their whole life, experiences and all, and you'll have all the little dominoes you need to set up what you want to happen in life. You'll have the tricks of the trade. The only time you'll need to go back to that great teacher is when you got to yourself as an impasse and you're like, oh, crikey, I don't know if there's something new I haven't experienced yet. And then the other dude's like, oh, yeah, dot, dot. And they're like, oh, gotcha. Boom. They plug it into their own system, their own knowing, and they can excel in life. A person who is a failed teacher, they failed at teaching. They got a fucking F. They suck at teaching. You had to go back to that teacher year after year after year after year after week after day after month after day after year till you fucking die. And never could teach a shit. Pay attention to the people who are trying to tell you they know something. For the individuals, on another note, for the individuals who said, "Hey, you don't put any milk or milk in your tea," well, I got some milk over here, and so I'm gonna throw some milk and honey, kind of pre-mix there with my tea. We'll do that today. It's chocolate milk. Cinnamon. I forgot the cinnamon. There we go. Narcfist. That's cool. He says he keeps ending up on the live stream somehow. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate that, and I feel inclined to draw a card. Narcfist, if you are here, you can put a message or not, but I am inclined to draw a card. Oh yeah, chocolate milk slide. So here's something I learned. It's pretty actually true. When you drink milk and it's just plain, just white milk. Now I can't explain it all and I'm not the one to remember exact details, but when I hear something that's freaking real, I'm like, holy, I apply it. I keep it in my long-term memory bank of what is good. That's what I do. If it's good, I keep it. If it's bad, it goes into the I don't want it folder. If it's questionable, it goes into the well, I'll look at that later folder. So those are on the sidelines and what I love. Anyways, milk does not have a certain I'll use the wrong words, but you'll get the understanding. Milk lacks a certain element within it to bond to the body. So when you drink regular plain milk, you don't get half of the nutrients that are in it for the body to actually that can actually you're passing it through. Chocolate, dark chocolate, like real chocolate has that particular element that actually the milk needs to bond together so that the body can actually intake all of the healthy, all of the substance within that milk. And another interesting one, since I'm mentioning these kind of things, is turmeric. Turmeric is a super, super great healthy benefit into the diet. People even sell turmeric pills. Without pepper, the turmeric is not activated. It does nothing for your body. No pepper, no activation, no nutrients. You ain't getting not one of those health benefits. But if you put pepper in addition to the turmeric, it activates it. Your body can absorb it. Interesting how these kind of things happen. Let's see. We'll do 3 for 3. I got 3 of them for sure. Threes are great. And the last one on the food kind of thing I'll share that I know about is that okay, so if you eat 2 different products from the same animal, it cancels itself out and your body gets no benefit. It's just food turning into waste and into the toilet. Your body doesn't get anything from it. So, for example, if I were to drink a glass of milk and have cheese that was both from a cow, it cancels itself out. My body gets no benefit from anything I ate. It just passes through. My body's having to work to push this stuff out. That's all. So, like even a steak and a burger. Here's your biggest one. Here's what's happening. Why do you feel so fucked off when you go get a cheeseburger? Why do you feel like it didn't fill you up so much? The cheese was from the cow. The meat was from the cow. They actually canceled each other out. Goat cheese. Ooh, hey, we just changed it up. There's lots of different options. It's not saying you don't have to do something, but just throwing that out there. Just throwing it out there. Ashley, yes, very correct. Um, but yeah, she said some people drink raw milk. They usually get sick unless they were raised on it, which is like your body has your our bodies can naturally adapt to things, and we can live in that state. But if we don't adapt to it while we're young, we can miss out that ability. And yes, those kind of things would hurt otherwise because the body's not used to filtering out that bacteria or whatever the case is will end up happening. Gungear, all I'm saying, bro, is Gungear said, I love raw meat. Look, I've never like eaten like raw meat. I can do sushi. Sushi's cool. And here's the interesting thing about ginger. Ginger will kill the bacteria, any harmful stuff that's in the sushi that would harm your body. The ginger that they serve with the sushi is it kills that stuff. So you could eat all the sushi you want, even if it got bad junk in it. But if you eat it with the ginger, kills it all, kills all the bad stuff. You're gonna be good. So when I used to go, one way I was taught how to do that is I go out to get sushi. I'm gonna get myself a big bowl of ginger. We're gonna charge you extra. I don't care. Bring me a big bowl of ginger. Cause I'm gonna be wasabi all of it. Thank you. But on the raw meat side of things, I've never had like a bloody steak or anything like that. I like my stuff cooked. I'm from Texas, and I just call me old fashioned barbecued whatever. Anyways, but one thing I would do is if I got to be like, if the days came back to where the buffalo could freely roam and our people could properly hunt, not overexhausting, but properly like in the old days, bro, I'd go on a hunt, fucking rip that, cut that heart out and take a bite out of it. I'll do it. I'm down. Let's do it. I'm like, that one I'm down for. But otherwise, I don't really care to eat a bloody steak on the table. Jam. I'm sending out blessings, bro. Jam. I'm sending out blessings to you. You said you hope to be a herbalist one day. I send you blessings that you may become that herbalist as quickly as proper for you to keep it all together and make that a success, bro. I've got a book over here, and I've got an interesting story that is accompanied with this book as well. So I'll share the story and then I'll grab the book. But we're coming back to the herbalist thing, and I'm happy. I saw some chats of people talking about that stuff in the chat log. That's cool. So there's this particular book that I know about, and it's really great. If you got a problem and you'd rather turn to food rather than a bunch of other junk out there on the market, this book is wonderful. And I knew about this book, and I knew about this resale bookstore, and I had never been to the resale bookstore yet. And one day, and I had waited like months, many months. I had no urge to go to the bookstore, and then it jumps into me to go to the bookstore when it was going to be open next, and to go look for this book, and to get this book because it is very important that I get this book. So I'm like, this is a very unique book, and I'm like, okay, well, probably whatever, I'm walking. Spirit guides me to walk to a bookstore and tells me to get a specific book. Okay. So I go down to the bookstore. I go in. I ask where the section would be, and the lady she points to the section. It's not a big bookstore, bro. It's got, it's maybe, it's not big. Maybe three of my rooms. It's not a big place. It's not huge. But I went to this section where she said the book would be, and I looked on the freaking section, and it was fucking blank. There's no books on it. There's not a fucking book on it. And then on top of that, there's a bunch of books. Close to it, but not exactly, not what I'm looking for. So I'm like, all right, whatever. I keep walking down. I go all the way to the back. I find two other books. And I'm walking out and I look at the section and there's the book I'm looking for. And yeah, the same section that there was no freaking books there. Yeah, and this book was right there. Yo, yo. It's called Prescription for Nutritional Healing. This one's a third edition, so it's an older one. But look how freaking thick this book is, bro. Sis, it's got a ton of good info. A ton of great info. The book, at least on here, was listed as like 23 bucks. I asked the lady how much for this book, and she flips open her little thing, and she's going, and she goes, huh, 50 cents. Huh, 50 cents. Thank you for the godsend. Fucking miracle. Literally plucked out the air. Yo, go down to the bookstore, get this book. You need it in print, not something online. If the world crashes, you won't need this shit. Yes, yes, it's got a lot of like essentially any problem you got with your body that you're feeling discomfort and you can find in that book essentially, and you can connect it to a particular element that your body is lacking, and that element is very much connected to a food, an herb, or something of that sort, mentions it to you. Stuff that could it's very interesting. I didn't know the impact of food upon my health until a few years ago. SX, that's Obsy. Obsy in the chat log. He's here. He's always here. Cool jam. That's cool. That's cool. Jam, very welcome. He said, thank you. I really want to help others with chronic illnesses. Um, you will. And believe it or not, you are. So, as we continually come together each day in this community, that's really it's a community for family, how we resonate on this accord, and our energies come together. I did the reading for Laura earlier, and she said, can you just read me online, not a card, but can you just read something? Yeah, can you sense my energy, something along those lines? And in bringing that information out, like she connected with it, okay? So that's not because I saw her face. It's not because I shook her hand. It's not because I did some special trick. It was a heart connection. I said, okay, sure, I'm gonna do that. Well, let's do that. And then I took time to just put my mind somewhere else, And my heart knows what it's formulating. My heart knows what I'm working with. The heart's connecting with Laura that whole time, and my mind's over here talking and engaging right here. So all of this can be formulating while life is still living. And then as soon as this was ready to go, that's when that information ended and that connection happened. Now, Jam, everything that we are aware of, this information comes together in that telepathic network of heart connection. And so every single day, this is something that is going to manifest more and more and more. I mean, you have that book already. This is something that you love. I knew an individual and they saved somebody's life. The doctor told them, they said, you will, let me wrap up what I was saying. Our connection, that energy of you wanting to heal that chronic illness in others, I'm telling you, as much as I've experienced it, this connection that this community we're all having on a regular basis, people are feeling better out of nowhere. Their pain is starting to go away out of nowhere and they can't explain it. And it's because of your heart. It's not even because of what you know, it's your frequency and your resonance and your desire. Because as we are connected, anybody else coming is going to be like, we're at the center, those go out and connect to everybody else. And so if there's a problem, if there's an issue, that's what we're trying to do ultimately, is take people's pain away. It was said that God will wipe away every tear from your eyes. And I see you, my brother and my sister, as God. If you but resonate your frequency and align your vibration, you are as powerful as a God, and you can literally cure the pains. You can literally wipe away the tears from people's eyes, and they didn't even know you were the one who actually administered that remedy. Your soul, your spirit connected beyond some name or hug or need of a physical representation. We saw and acted beyond physical limitation. And because of that, we just learning how to get our hands and fingers together and start walking and healing this whole world together. The card I was going to pull, thank you. That had went through my head, and then I was scrolling, and then I went scrolling through. I said something else, so let me pull that card. It was specifically for an individual that came in earlier. Something fist, FISST, two S's. And I was like, boom, I'm gonna pull a card for them. And that card may very well be for them, and as well for us as well. Okay, so the first card that I drew, it doesn't apply. It can apply, it can still apply, but I'm gonna draw another card. We pulled this card the other day, and it's proper burial for freedom, allowing the past to really be put to rest, and being able to move past that. We read that the other day, and it's interesting because I shuffled the cards, I cut the cards, and within my mind said, grab the third card down. So I moved 1, 2, and picked the third card out, and it happened to be that one from yesterday. I think this is the third day in a row, literally, where cards that have been recently pulled, I was literally consciously directed to pull it out of the deck. like on cue. That truly is the spirit of Allset, the Divine Mother, the triumph of the goddess. That is truly her ability. That is her synchronicity that she can work through you. She's working it through me. This is something I've said before, and everybody can see what they want to see. That's cool. But for my own, in my own heart, I'm like, look, if I like to call Jesus the dude, okay? If the dude knew the Father, because that was his father, I know the mother, because she my mom. And I see balance in a negative and a positive, and an intake and an output of masculine and a feminine. Resurrection is going to allow you, resurrection for you in this lifetime is when you're able to unify the feminine, the left portion of your brain, and the masculine, the right portion of your brain, and you're able to go through a trance state, a meditative state, and unite those two into one. That's a death to the animalistic, instinctive behavioral way of life of reacting emotionally to really getting a cognitive sense of being able to choose my reactions. I can choose an initial action. They wanted a reaction out of me, but I just so decided to pause, look at the events. I did not decide to react to them. I decided to begin a new course of action. Not playing their game. I'm not playing what they set up for me. I don't agree with it. I don't like it. It's full of flaws. Not for me. I know what works. I'm not going with failure. But triumph of the goddess and her ability to synchronize with you. Beloved initiate, there are times to surrender and let go, but there are never times to give up. Persist with your bold faith and inspired action until the impossible happens. Also, the Divine Mother has the spirit of triumph and will never fail in her quest, no matter how bold or impossible it seems. Believe. It is helpful on the inner path to let go and detach over and over again, and yet we need to stay true to our heart and not give up on what we feel we are here to do. Whether it is reaching for enlightenment, for inner peace, for creative breakthrough, or personal healing, the triumph of the goddess is with you now, urging you not to give up. No matter how far away or impossible success may seem, don't quit. Persist until the impossible happens. The power of genuine inner will, not force, not domination, but that inner power that fuels us to continue with our inner practices and our workings to do what we need to do in the physical world to bring ourselves to light and life is growing within you now. It is supported by living the correct quest for you, seeking to climb the mountain that lies within your own heart. Not that chosen for us by some other, but the journey that genuinely lies within us. Feminine strength with endless determination is fueled by loving devotion. Nothing less than love would be powerful enough to keep you going on your path long after you have tired of criticism or become even too fatigued to respond to fear anymore. Allow your heart to fuel the fire in your belly and let the divine love that is your being give you the energy and passion that you need to pursue your destiny and realize that it is pursuing you too. This oracle comes at a time when you need to know that you will succeed. It is a reminder that you can surrender, let go of attachment as to how it will happen or what it will look like. Even if it is frustrating, surrendering the vision into the divine fires yet again, waiting until you feel it naturally coming together according to divine timing. The spirit of Ulset, the Divine Mother, is willing to wait until divine forces collide and the miracle occurs. If you have, and also be known that a miraculous and surprising element to how your triumph occurs, an unexpected twist working in your favor can occur. Remember, beloved initiates, stay open to that and know that the forces of growth, love, and divinity are in your corner. There's nothing more powerful than these. Allow them to have their way, and you will have yours. Your win is assured. Spirit of all set enduring and bright, your love more powerful than might, your triumph assured in any fight. I center myself in the truth of your light. Your love makes the impossible real. I go into my heart and feel the success coming to me at this time. I give thanks for your blessing divine. And I'm going to put that in the chat log here. So if you would like a copy of that, you can do that. Boom, boom. What's up to just Lisa? Oh, thank you, Sally. Very kind of you. Bo Bros, no religion. No religion. Don't follow me. Look, I wrote a book. I ain't telling you to follow me or what I say. It's got a divine love language. And even there's a word in this language that says, in a moment of that you got to get out of, it don't matter. Use every word in this book. Use none of the words in this book. Fucking do anything you gotta do to get out of that situation. See, the key is not to following anybody. The truth, my little motto that I like to say, learn from all sources, belong to none of them. Take in from everything that you can, learn from every aspect, because that's going to give you another advantage in your life. You're going to apply that information to your specific life way different than anybody else has. Just because somebody else is like, oh, it's bad, it's evil. Well, heck, let me check it out. Because when I saw another motherfucker pick up that knife, he killed somebody with it. But me, if I'm going to pick up a knife, I'm either going to carve something like my staff, D here, or I'm gonna cook something. Just because somebody else used something in a bad way doesn't mean that it's all sham and horrible. And on another side note, this, people are like, whoa, what's that? But they can accept this thing very easily. What's the difference? Did they not, were they not both born from individuals? Were they both not crafted? Were they not both not from nature itself? I mean, we didn't go into the middle of the sun and make it. Being acceptable, being okay with seeing something different and not losing one's marbles, not going, oh, they're crazy, but going, ah, oh, what are they experiencing? What is their journey about? I'm interested to learn, and that's why I'd like to get to know. That's how I found a friend, a brother, in this whole astral toe that we're all in this world together with. Somebody asked if I could curse their teacher. I don't do cursings. Not like that. See, what I've learned to do with the abilities that I've found in staying true in who I am, I use them to defend. I use them to protect. I use them to feed. I use them to save. I'm not trying to hurt anybody, but if I'm going to do something, then I'm going to protect your energy field. I'm going to send out blessings that is going to protect your energy field. And that's the divine's awareness. In the divine's awareness, I look up, and yet that is my connection with you, my fellow human. All of us are connected. We can hear each other's thoughts. Somebody heard thoughts coming back to them, and they said, it must be God. I've heard very direct thoughts in my mind that I knew very well were from people, because I had the confirmations all around me naturally. Nobody came up and just said these things like, got a little piece of that truth there, got a little piece of that truth, got a little piece of that truth, and experienced it right there. Undeniable, that was what happened. I don't need to check that with nobody. One's heart is going to create everything that they do. It doesn't matter if they're into magic or any other hobby in this world. Their heart is going to ultimately have the final word on the product that was what their hands, their mouth, their body brought into existence. And if somebody's like hurting somebody else in that regard, it just means that they need the divine father and mother's attention. They need man and woman, elevated, chakras aligned, energy focused in a God state, sending awareness, sending help and love and goodness. Because together we can heal each other. We've been stuck fighting each other, saying, if I fight you, I'm going to be Mr. Big. And if I'm Mr. Big, then everybody bows to me. That's a failure. You don't lead from the top of the pyramid. You don't lead from the mast of the boat. You don't fucking lead from up there, dude. That's just the scout's position. That's all. It's just an eye. The eye is not the hand or the body. It's your eye. It's your ability to see what's happening in the entire world with or without a device. And so in that, I don't see it a curse, I don't see it a hurt, because my heart, if I send energy out, it's definitely going to loop around and come right back to me. So I want to seal out goodness, healing, and everything positive that I can, because then that's going to be all that circles back to me. It's easy. Output good, get good back. Output bad, bad comes back. What you do is who you are. That is your signature. It's not the words running out of your mouth, it's the consistency of your actions or the consistency of your inaction. To each one their own. And that's why the personal journey is so important. And the focus on the self is so important, because each one, they have their own unique journey, they have their own unique path. And what we are like, nah, 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 that didn't work for me. That don't do that. It didn't work for me. That doesn't apply, because it didn't work for me. But you are not me, and that could work very well for you. So truly a healing heart is something that can help the world unlike we've ever done before. And to as much as I can, let's see, Sharon Banu said, could you answer the question, please? I'm scrolling up, seeing if there was. I know I'm pretty far from the bottom, but I don't see it. So if you had a question, let me know again. I'll be happy to answer it. But rather than trying to get lost in that bunch of that, um, to just Lisa, that's great. Yeah, you're pretty cool. To subscribe or not to subscribe? that's that's cool. That's cool. System of a Down, great band, great band. All right, let's see here. I am going to uniting the self with the angelic self, because that's what we are constantly doing and working towards. This world is constantly trying to disconnect us with who we are and what our abilities are. You have a special spiritual relationship with the angelic worlds. Part of your soul purpose is to birth angelic consciousness and values such as fearlessness, compassion, and service into this human culture. This oracle brings you angelic assistance and intervention, and confirmation that any impressions you may have had that you belong not only to the human kingdom, but also to the angelic one are correct. You have a special spiritual relationship with the angelic worlds and are helping to birth angelic qualities of fearlessness, light, service, to greater good and alignment of divine will into human form. This is no small task, and although you are well equipped to succeed, there are beings that wish to assist you so that they may grow too and your success may be more graceful and swift. Alset, the divine winged mother, goddess and angel of healing, wishes to assist you with unconditional love currently now. You are guided to accept angelic assistance and ask for Lady Alset, who loves you unconditionally, to assist you with integrating angelic energies into your consciousness and life. You will be asked to lift yourself up to higher and higher vibrational states of awareness, and this may mean letting go of certain relationships, practices, or states of being, or even particular habits or thought patterns that would lower your vibration into fear, doubt, or shame. Give yourself permission to just let this happen. You don't need to force anything. It's a matter of softening, allowing and trusting what feels correct for you with absolute faith and bold, radical acceptance. It will be okay. There are others like you on this planet, beloved initiate. Though far from the majority, you occupy a special role in the evolution of human consciousness as it connects more deeply and twines with the natural world. The more you accept this part of you, the more you shall draw into your world others like you. You will feel just comfortable with each other. Just because you hold a similar refined vibration. Even in the midst of ordinary, everyday relationship, there is a sense of easy connection, mutual understanding, and spiritual acknowledgement. This oracle is also a confirmation that if you have been asking to connect with your angel, praying to a particular angel or archangel, or have been thinking more about angels lately, that genuine connection has been made between you and the angelic kingdom. The angels send you love and peace now and say, "We are with you, beloved one." We're going to do a guided meditation for this one. I'll do the incantation afterwards. I'll put that in the chat log afterwards. But I just want to say, before I continue forward on the guided meditation here, is that in my mind, when I'm reading the angelic kingdom, says that they are open, they're here to assist you. I see gnomes and fairies and all sorts of creatures and unicorns. I see a whole freaking community, and the angels, they're right there with all of it. They're helping it all out. Everyone is on board to help us. You got a good heart. If you got a heart of love, you're going to have some sort of easy success in life. That's what's going to start happening if it has not occurred already. And those people have been doing wrong. This is why they have dis-ease in life. This is why they have this is why they have a pain in their life they can't get rid of. For some of us, we are strong, and we're going to take on that patient, that individual, that neighbor, that brother, that sister, that mother, that father, and we're going to heal them. We're going to put our all into healing them. But for many, many, many others, know that it is not your responsibility to go just help everybody. The age of Captain Save-A-Ho is done. Put the nail in the coffin, put the dirt on top, that's done. But healing, truly healing, every single person, every orphan, every widow, every single individual who's been left out in the cold emotionally, mentally, and every other way. And you just want to be sitting quietly if possible, and if you'd like to, by all means, if you are in public or something of the sort, or in a place where you can't close your eyes safely, then don't do that. But if you're safe and good where you are, closing your eyes for this exercise, for this guided meditation would be helpful. And feel the breath flowing in through the body and out into the earth. I'm going to say some words, and the words I'm saying, they are speaking for your heart. They're not speaking for me. They're words for you. You're speaking these words. I honor the light in this sacred body of mine, this body that belongs to light and nature, this body that contains the angelic consciousness of divine love. Now feel where your body connects with earth. Even through the cushion or seat or whatever you're sitting upon, connect to the earth. Intend to feel the connection, the light and energy in your body that connects you to the earth. Breathe in and out again, feeling the breath flowing deeply out of the back of your heart chakra, in your upper back, and out through the crown of your head. I honor the wings of light and life that allow my body and soul to take flight, to live as angel and human upon this earth in service of love and peace and power. Feel the breath flowing in and out of the heart chakra, especially at the back now. Feel it flowing as wings out of your upper back. Just let there be expansiveness and a feeling of great natural extension in space. I call upon the angelic forces of light within and in the celestial realms, and I call upon divine love, unconditional love, Help me activate the angel within with grace, with light, with divine compassion. Of my own free will, I allow this to be an unconditional love for all of humanity. Continue to breathe in and out, and rest your awareness in your heart. Just feel the light and peace and beauty in your heart. Underneath any doubt or fear or insecurity, it's just there. Rest in the awareness for just a moment. Bring your attention now to your sacred object, to the ground before you, the earth. Move your right hand in front over you, over the earth, with your left hand on your heart. I ask that the blessing of all set, on the wings of all set, through the healing power of all set, come to me now. Fill this sacred earth with your beauty, dear angel goddess, that every time we see it, I may remember the angel within me. Be aware of the energy flowing from your heart to the earth, and when you're ready, just know that you see this at every moment where you go. Whenever I see you, I will remember that I am Angel True, that angels love and assist me, and also the Divine Mother is with me too. Keeping your eyes closed, continuing to breathe in and out. Angel goddess, wings of white, help my angelic soul to take flight. I call upon angelic intervention, align my life with divine perfection. My soul and inner angel are one. In my body, integration has begun. Angel goddess, wings of love, you protect me from below and above. Kepra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum, kansu, 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 arsemitoki chabu banana, shimtorina, hai, arsemitoki chabu banana, shimtorina, hai, arsemitoki chabu banana, shimtorina, hai, abradabra, abradabra, abradabra. Tea today, that would be tea. Rennie Kaz, if I pronounce your name correctly. Wonderful. I'm glad. That's why I keep doing what I do, and because it's always brought goodness to people, and anybody who's got a heart of love or openness, they try it out, boom, there's some peace, there's some goodness, and we're connected. Anyways, I appreciate your comment. Thank you for sharing. Why don't I wear my armor anymore? Essentially, I all of my possessions at that point in my life, I was booted out. Family didn't want me around anymore, and they said get the fuck out, and I had clothes on my back. There's more details included in all of it. I had a vehicle for a little bit of time, but they didn't want to let me have it, and I wound up returning it and letting it be returned, whatever the case, you know. And I mean, it was my car, it was in my name. I could have kept it fully, but just for simple of all of that kind of detail. So I don't have the armor anymore. I do have my longsword. Well, I don't have. It's not the same one. I bought another one. It's from the same manufacturer. So perhaps I'll get back to doing some sword training videos, because I do like the sword work. The sword work is like phenomenal. I love it. It's great stuff. I'll put the email or the company name in the chat log here. but these guys make historically accurate replicas of the originals. They handle and function, they'll literally hold up. But if you put in Albion Swords, uh, Google search that right there, and you'll pull up their website. This one is $500, $600 sword. I'm not bragging or anything like I had to like it was not something I could just grab again at any moment, but it's a blunted blade. It's not sharp. Their blades generally are sharp, the historically accurate ones. These ones are as well, but this one is created as more of a trainer sword so that I can practice, I can do the techniques, not worry about cutting myself, and still have the correct weight and balance and proportions of actual historically accurate sword. And for anybody out there that's learned or studied or interested in studying any martial art, I highly suggest to do so because it does complement spiritual training. It does complement the shamanic route, the oracle route of life, because we might play chess, right? We might play a game of chess, but the whole thing about that chess is that pawn was not just without anything, man. That pawn had sword, pike, spear, whatever the case they had. For each individual, they had weapons on the field. And to learn those particular maneuvers within a game, within a system that they created, the loopholes that we have to jump through in order to do something that's successful in life, we have to learn how to be uh, a martial artist with our spiritual quantum qualities and abilities. You asked that earlier, Beer Me Joe. Um, Thank you for putting that back again. Do you have any suggestions on how to help people raise their vibrations? Okay, great, great question. Ah, great question. Beer Me Joe. And just what I do. Boom. Can't say the name of the game, but I could just let people play with me. It's a spiritual thing, not a bad game. Jacob's Ladder, developmental, good thing. Suggestions on how to help people raise their vibrations. All right, Joe. Here's what we got. You want to help somebody raise their vibration? Stop lowering yours. You ain't doing no good. Let me personalize. I was not doing any good every time I dropped myself. I thought I had to feel like shit and depressed and sorrowful. So I had to listen to that person all day long. Oh, I had to hear all the stories. I feel sad with them. Oh, woe is me. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm so sad. That that was the wrong thing for me to do. I went to a Hindu temple, and I went every single day for for a good long while. If you are in or around Pontiac, Michigan, the Adi Parashakti Temple, Temple of the Eternal Mother on 551 Kennett, go, go. Tell the person at the front desk, say I've never been. Could you show me around? They'll either be available to do it right then and there, or they can schedule something for you, and they'll show you around and tell you what it's about. You look on the website, look up any temple you want to. It's going to show different pricings and all this kind of stuff. You don't have to pay to go to a temple. Don't be scared by all that. You can still walk right in. Anyways, how can we how can one really help somebody else like raise their vibration was the essence of this question. And so when I went into it's a quick answer: keep a high vibration. Don't fucking descend to their vibration. That's how. Because you can't teach it. You can only be the frequency, and by them being in proximity, and because you're stable in your frequency and they're ever changing because of every whim wham or whatever going on in their tallywhacker, your stability is going to constantly remind them of that higher frequency, and it's going to cause their heart, without explanation to their mind, because it's happening in the subconscious realm, that they want to experience a better life because they've seen somebody living a better life. They cannot consciously talk about this, but their spirit, their heart, their soul desires this. So it starts changing their actions. I'm gonna go back to that. That's the quick answer. So you got the answer right there. You're not waiting to the end. Now I'll give all the extra info. I've been working on that all for a while. Anyways, and so when I went to the Hindu temple, when I personally went, I did not go ask a million questions. Okay, I just went. Nobody talked to me. I just went back. I saw what they were doing. The priests were putting on a ceremony. Everybody's sitting on the ground. What did I do? Everybody's looking at the objects. They're looking at the fire being lit. They're looking at the items being brought out. They're looking at the arrangement. They're observing the priest. Everything. The eyes are seeing the candy, right? No, not for me. I already knew what the fuck to do. I saw what the priest was doing. They were generating the energy for the fucking ship to move. Each one of us is a ship, all right? Your own UFO ship. I could explain it, but you created it in another dimension. That's why they can't exactly check it too easy. Anyways, At the Hindu temple, when I went day after day after day, I did not ask the front receptionist show me around. I did not ask what this means. I did not ask that explanation. I went, I sat down, and I jumped into personal meditation. I did my own meditation. I closed my eyes while their words are running, while they're doing their priestly jam, ceremonial. I mean, no disrespect, but while they're running their jam band and making it happen, everybody else is there. I'm in deep meditation. Day after 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 day. They speak another language than me. I'm not talking with them. We might say hello, we wave, things are cool. People don't, there's no hate or anything like that. But I'm somebody new, and obviously I don't fit in. I'm the stranger. Or so I would think. So I naively thought. They knew me better than I recognized me. I'm trying to figure out who I am, and I'm dressing however I feel. And they're like, yo, why you dressed up like Shiva? And I'm like, what do you mean? They say, well, you look like Shiva. And this came from everybody, from priest to person to little, everybody. They originally they asked me like to completely forward. They'd say, they'd ask, why are you dressed like that? And now I go through this long, lengthy explanation of all these things, and they go, huh, you look like Shiva. And so I went back, I did the research, and Shiva likes to dance and this and that. I'm like, well, that's how I've been my entire life. Huh. And then I put Shiva and Horus, together. And I was like, huh. There was some information on the Egyptian side, on the Kemetic side, that was not fucking saved, which the Indians, they saved. The Hindus, they saved that information, and they still know it and talk about it today. So I grabbed everything I could with incomplete details and found the nearest temple, because when I walked into the temple, I knew what they were doing was the old formula of proper temple working. Now, at the temple, when I started, like I said, when you go ask them, they'll show you around, whatever. But when I started going, I didn't ask nothing. I just went in. And what I saw was there was no teaching. The priests, the people, they were not teaching shit for nothing. You don't go to a temple to learn anything. This is not school. This is not a fucking religion. This is not dog shit. When you go to a temple, we are resonating a frequency because this frequency is shooting out divine energy concentrated with the electromagnetic force of the earth and the moving vibrations of every single human that comes there and resonates it every day. From building and construction to everyday resonance of chanting and ceremony and offerings and meditating and all of it, okay? So, how can you help somebody raise their vibration? To raise your own. Put your own vibration to the top. Stop trying to help them, people. So the actions do not help them. And I'll explain why on a very true spiritual path. I busted my ass. I cleared acres of land, 2 acres of land, thorns and brush and everything. Hell, I went down. Look, okay, I got these other skirts on right now. This leather skirt right here. I sewed this one, out of mini. But this leather skirt, I went out in this, my undies, and socks and shoes. That's it. Half my ass hanging out. And I went into the thicket because the thorns kept catching my clothes and pulling my clothes. And I go this way, it pulled me back. I fucking hate working with impediments. God damn it, get that shit the fuck out of me. I don't give a fuck. So I went in and boom, just straight up, I cut them bitches up, took out all them thorn trees and everything, just come out of it bloodied and everything. But fuck, look at the work I cleared out. Shit, got it taken care of. I did my labor. And then the spirit, I did this for years in different places, however the place called for whatever was needed, for what people wanted. That's what I adjusted to. And then the spirit, in my mind, in my heart, they said, stop working for other people. Stop laboring for them. Because it's their work in order for them to move forward on their spiritual path. If they don't pick up the goddamn fucking block and move it, they don't fucking move on. Their angel, their soul, it does not grow, it does not develop, it's going to stay earthbound. So I do not do somebody's service by doing their goddamn fucking garbage laundry. Not at this point in my life. I don't help people by doing that. I love to do dishes, don't get me wrong. I'll go down, I'll wash the dishes. I don't care what's there. I don't care if I've got time for it or wasn't looking toward. I wash dishes. That's just what I do. It's just in my nature. I could explain it out. I will explain it out. Um, I looked at the Bible lesson. I like to call him the dude because there's a debate over the name. But Jesus, Yeshua, I just call him the dude. The dude, he washed the feet of his disciples, right? Of his followers. People, let's just fuck disciples and fuck follow. It's his friends. This is family. It's the only dudes that hang out with him. Come on, right? So he's hanging out with his friends. And if we live in the desert and we just have sandals and we got to go down to the well to get water, it's the end of the day. You know what? I don't feel like fucking with my feet. We don't have enough water. Let it, the family members use it for the night or whatever. I'm just going to go to bed. And that happens day after day after day after day. So the feet get caked up with gunk. And if you ever went a few days without really kind of taking care of your feet, you know how that kind of stuff can kind of add up. Especially if all you got sandals. And this dude went and he busted his ass to wipe all that grime off of them. Screw what we using of what's last and all that. We're going to wash them feet that you ain't been taking care of. So for me, to wash the dishes is the equivalent to do the thing that nobody wants to do. It's the natural labor that's there. It's the thing that's going to repeat day after day after day. It's never going to fucking end as long as we're living. Like we're going to need those dishes. And they're going to get dirty, so we got to clean them. So for me, to wash dishes for somebody, that's me washing their feet. Now that, I'm more than happy to do. But essentially, that's what the universe told me, and so it made me realize, it made me accept that what I had done, what I had procured, it did a lot of benefit. I cleared up past generational things and whatever for my family or my spiritual tribe or whatever you want to call that. And to each their own on that route. And that's why, truly, like for my mind and my heart, even throughout everything from the beginning of my life all the way to now, throughout all the stuff, good and bad, I'm happy to do my labor for what my heart feels passionate about. And out of that, I'm I'm done feeling like a slave. I'm done feeling like somebody has the authority to tell me I can't fucking use the bathroom. I do not walk into, I don't give a fuck who it is. We all know, if you've been to grade school, you know what it's like to walk into the principal's office, alright? I was in there all the fucking time when I was a kid. The ISS teacher and school suspension teacher, seriously, she was like, we were like friends. Like, I was there all the time. But I was real nice. We got along. Anyways, I decided at a certain point in my life, ain't no motherfucker ever gonna make me feel like I did walking into the principal's office. That motherfucker and me, I don't give a fuck what they got as a badge, as a name tag, as a suit. I don't give a fuck. We the same. They ain't. No, no, I ain't in fear. I don't feel that. I don't give a fuck who it is. No, they're a fellow human. And if anything, they got a broken heart that needs some attention. That's what I'm looking at. That's how I'm deciphering their actions and their words, no matter how good or bad. Okay? A person doing a whole lot of good, they could have done something massively bad in their past, and they're trying to make up for it. That's why they do all the good. But they'll never tell you that. To truly see somebody for who they are means that they are not hiding it from you, which means they can see their own reflection and they're not hiding it from themselves. You ever heard of shadow boxing? It's when you fight with yourself, kind of thing. A person who cannot see their own reality, their own mind, their own body, cannot see themselves properly, they need you and me so they can shadow box. I stopped being that person. Fuck that. You want a shadow box? That's a solo thing. You don't. I'm bowing out of this one because I can't hit a shadow even if I tried. I don't care how much magic I know, I can't hit the shadow. What am I going to do? Cast light on it? Well, there's just no more shadow. I didn't hit it, it just disappeared. And this is why the ability to be a ninja is important. You hear all these bells on me? I'm always making sound. I always make sound. But I used to know somebody, and they said the word always and never, those are hard words to apply. And in the whole reality of it, between you and me, sometimes I go take all this stuff off, and ain't nobody can hear or know where the fuck I am for anything. You walk around with bells all over your body, you're gonna be real cautious how you walk. You're gonna learn how to walk to where you can cause the least amount of sound while you walk. You get used to that for years. Your movements are gonna be so sly, nobody even knew you were there. I found out that's how the Divine Mother works. She works in the shadows. She works where people aren't looking. She moves in to somebody's life. Divine Mother Spirit. She moves into a person's life. She'll make things happen. And she'll be gone just as you're walking into the first experience. Right when you're distracted with a series of goodness, she's walking out. She didn't even try to tell you was there. She hid from you for 2,000 years plus. Hearing about the Divine Mother to the majority of people is a new construct. Never heard of that before. Well, I know about a Divine Father, as in heaven, also on earth. Mama and Papa pop out a baby, last time I checked. And even on their own story, like the immaterial impregnated the material. So still a male and female were needed. Did Mama material? Mother is the Divine Mother. She's matter. Mother, matter. She is the matter. She is the matrix. The Divine Mother is the very elements that create the building blocks for us to live and breathe and be. The Divine Father is the awakened Godhead within any human being that can fundamentally work with Mother at a quantum level. And the Divine Mother herself, that consciousness, the God within each of us, can move inside within another, do good deeds, and move on out. That's what we do. We help each other. In a good program, in a healthy body, the immune system's going to be active. And if there's a problem, they're going to go get that out. If there's some DNA to replicate and do, well, the body's going to get on that. And it's going to make sure everything's in the proper order so that your body's rebuilt properly. If you didn't know, the skin sheds. It's because your body's regrowing itself every single day. Because our flesh is literally decaying and dying every single day. Life is a miracle in of itself. And people want to distract you with their pain and their problems so you don't see the miracle that you are. You are God embodied, male or female. It just matters if we've channeled a certain resonance, whether we're still connected with, ouch, that hurt me, I want to hurt them, animalistic, retaliatory, instinctive, or if we've developed to recognizing, oh, that was an accident. Oh, I'm sorry you fell down, let me help you. Oh, we're starting to grow to where I don't even know who you are on the other side of the road, but my love is being sent out to you because I could feel something over there. So I'm sending positive energy and it impacts something somehow for the better. I don't see it. I don't know it. I don't get report back, but I believe. I believe my actions are like that of the Divine Mother. Damn, motherfucking ninja with the spirit. That's what you can be. That's how nobody can touch you because they ain't gonna even know you were there. The quantum realm thought faster than the speed of light. Neo, when you believe, you won't have to dodge the bullet. Won't even be there. You would have known where that was going to be happening. That's why you woke up and fell down the darn stairs and twisted your ankle and said, screw it, I can't go out today. You can change the world if you focus on it, if you're stable enough for it. This is proven science. I got the article, but I've been wanting to bring up articles and stuff, anyways. It has been proven that something that is repeated on a consistent basis, quantum science, I don't know what the article, it was legit science, it was legit information. Regularly doing something is creating a pulse. That pulse is rhythm. And if you can be stable, Jed, if you can be stable in your rhythm, in your pulse, the world will change to your presence. It is not just your thoughts that is changing things. No, no, no. Your words don't create nothing. It's the heart that is manifesting the reality ahead of us. And our heart has a vibratory frequency. And either that frequency is going to create goodness or it is going to create chaos, order or darkness, light or I don't know what the fuck's going on anymore. Everybody's guilty of something. We gotta burn the whole world down. No, we don't need to go that course. Not at all. Thank you, thank you. It is our resonance that creates a coherence. That's when I read that, it was interesting the way I live my life, the way I do things. I stopped trying to explain things to people a long time ago, like on a different level. And I like there's certain details and certain questions I just don't entertain, I won't think about. Because I know where my mind is focused and I know where I'm headed. And that regular daily activity, not something you do on the weekend, not something you do on one day out of the week. Because this is life. This is life. And that transformation through life, to me, that's what provides all the new things. That's what keeps me going on. I mean, I don't even have to wonder about what I'm going to create tomorrow or do tomorrow. Today is enough. Today is enough. It's going to present its own energy. But in a world full of change, and don't be mistaken, change is a regular aspect of continuance of life. Like you can be like a mountain, like a temple, stable throughout the rain, throughout the seasonal change. A temple that has been, I forget the name of the temple. That if there's not just one, there might be. There's a temple in the world carved out of one freaking mountain. They don't even know where the stone went, right? It's just one solid building. Well, guess what? If a hurricane comes through, that thing's not lifting off the ground, is it? Nope. It's stable. If the road flooded, guess what? It's not drifting off anywhere. It's fucking anchored. It's pretty stable, underwater, above ground, or anything else. Your stability is the mobile mountain. If you had just a little bit of faith and said from this mountain, move from here to there, it would be so. What does a king do? A king. Unlimited resources. I do anything I want. He sees his big mountain and he says, I want this fucking building created. Men, tear down that mountain. And we're gonna make some blocks. And we're gonna create this building I want. Because he told this mountain to move from here to there. It's done. And it wasn't just the spoof and miracle, but the desire moved the stone itself. It made it happen. One way or another, explainable or not, it happened. In ruins or still standing, it happened. People could talk all day, but if the director and the actors and all of that didn't make the movie, the critic would have had nothing to run their freaking mouth about. There would have been nothing there. Transmutation can allow something that is rigid and stuck in one formation to become adaptable to its environment and to shift position and look completely different. You can hold stability of a resonance amidst a world that is a hurricane. That stability is going to do a whole lot of good because that's going all the way through the earth. And there's someone else on the other side that's going through what you're going through. That's why you're experiencing it. Nothing in existence happens by one. It's two. It's always two. When we look down more and more into details of molecules, we see how there's more elements beyond what we've seen before. We see there's more to the atom than just what we thought. There's more than just those. You get, holy crikey. You are the key to humanity's divinity. Where's the door? The door is truth. Letting the chips fall where they may. Let someone else call the shot. If I had to spin the truth for you, you don't know me. If you don't know who I am, how can you be free to make a decision whether you want to hear or talk or get or anything else? You're not free to make that decision. So then what do I have? Stuck in that position, I just have somebody who just goes along with what I like. That's not a friend. That's not a brother. That's not a companion. That's imitation of the world's order. A master and a slave. An employee and a boss, the owner. It's that same worker bee mentality. It's not equality. It's not walking into the room saying, me and you are equally important. If you feeling intimidated by me being there, I wish to change that. I would rather you feel like my brother. I would rather you come give me a hug. Can we fucking break the glass in the ice? Break the ice? What's the calling, right? Break the fucking ice. Loosen things up. Because if we're all formal, I don't know who the fuck you are. You think you're not formal at home. You're going to do what you do. You're going to chill out when you chill out. Take your shirt off, do whatever. Whatever, chill out. to look at people and think that they don't have struggles of their own. Cameo shout out, what's up? OG Buckham. A magic trick? No, I don't do tricks. I work magic. People are used to doing tricks because they don't. A trick. That word, a trick. You know, they say trick or treat, and I had this idea in my mind. It might make your mind be funny with a tweet, but I was like, technically, I actually never been trick or treating before in my whole life. Just FYI, never been, I never went knocked on a door and said trick or treat. Not once in my life. Interesting enough, factoid there. Um, though this is as though I had this idea in my mind. I've been going trick or treating every single year, and I'm tired of getting the treats. I'm just gonna go fucking trick every house. Cause they say trick or treat, but everybody always takes the damn treat. That's a really good word right now. I want to look at something. 30 seconds here. Let's see if I can pull it up faster. So I'm going to look up the definition of trick. Sounds stupid. We all know what a trick is, obviously. Ooh, nice. Okay, nice. A trick is an action intended to deceive, entertain, or effectively solve a problem. Hmm, I never thought about it used as to solve a problem. I love that. I never put that into its context. Legit definition. It broadly spans crafty deceptions, mischievous pranks, dexterous feats of magic, or a clever, quick way to accomplish a task. There's the deception and pranks, which I'm not into at all. I'm no good at any of those things. Entertainment and skill. Okay, yeah, but I don't like to use my stuff for just mere entertainment or a show of skill that's purposeless. It's not fulfilling anything. But three, a clever method, a quick, artful, or highly effective way to get a specific result. Life hacks. Examples are handy life hacks, solving a complex puzzle, or the tricks of the trade used by professionals. Well, I do that. Number three, I'm doing that every single day. My attire itself. By technical definition. I guess I'm living my dream. I said I didn't want more, no more treats. I wanted to give out tricks. Stop it. Oh, that's good. Mm, that was a good one. See, you don't always have to just disagree with something. You can always be open to saying, hey, well, let me look into that a little bit. It just might tickle your fancy. You might just have a really good laugh out of it. Oh, that's. All right, I'm gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it. If you weren't present earlier, you're not gonna get it. But by definition, I'm a trick. Not the slang definition, like. Oh, that's good. That is good. I heard someone talking, and I'm like, I got my window outside. I thought someone was outside, but somehow I turned my volume up, and I was hearing myself there. Let's see here. Now I'm going to read these. This is for awareness and association. Associational awareness, okay? Good counsel, good judgment is going to prove to be a very good fortune for your future. Good judgment, or I would say good calculation mixed with judgment, it can be mixed together. That seek guidance. That's one seeking guidance, and too many places are failing to give one's head up when seeking counsel will only lead to confusion. Oh. So I'll explain in detail here. There have been times in my life, I'll start with myself. There have been times in my life where I'm looking for information. I find this has happened in my past, in my recent, my current is a different reality, much quicker to accept. The in my past I'd be looking for an answer to something. I'd find that answer, solid fucking answer, definitive yes to the answer or definitive no to the answer. I found the answer, and then for some reason I keep looking in other books and in other sources trying to confirm the information I just found. That was wrong of me. That was not correct of me. That additional seeking, that additional wandering beyond getting my actual answer, that did me no good. Then later in my life, I saw an individual and they came to me and they asked me a specific question first. And I gave them the full on answer. And then they went and they asked over 40 other people. I might be exaggerating. It might have been 20 other people, but he asked a bunch of other people. And it didn't matter which answer they got. They just kept asking everybody the question. That right there, that won't do us any good. As a scientist at heart, as a detective by trade of who you are in your own life, looking at events around you, to know when you actually have the evidence does not require the other person's confession. When you see what the motherfucker is without a shadow of a doubt, they were lying to you from the start and they were hiding from you from the start. That's what they were doing to me. So I said, okay, go ahead and think you're still hiding. Said that in my heart. I made my plans in my own hiding. And then when I acted without the consideration of them. See, they only considered me as a part in their plans to use me to benefit them. My plans just simply did not involve them. It left them out. I didn't use them. I didn't hurt them. I made my plan and chose to live my life. Are they hurt by that or are they upset by that? Well, that's their own motherfucking heart to deal with, not mine. I started with like trying to work with him. But you prove time and time again that's not what you want. Because what one wants is what they're going to preserve in their life. Do you have a vehicle? If you want to continue driving it, you make sure and get your oil changed. Pretty simple. You could do it yourself. You could pay somebody to do it. But if you don't change your oil, your engine's going to be shot. Everything else is going to start breaking down. It's going to have bad problems. I'm not a great car mechanic at anything of understanding it or anything. I'm not a car mechanic. Fuck that guy. Not any of that. Not my specialty, but I use the analogy. People thought I was a fool. So I said, let me dress up like the fool. But I didn't just dress up. I decided to become the real McCoy. And that decision was really discovered along my route of life, of following the divine, of following the dude. What you're seeking in life currently is a complete heart. There's a part within the heart that's missing. And we look for this everywhere. Man, woman, child, adult, we look for it everywhere. We look at it in things. We look for it in people. But it is the completeness of your own self. It is the full acceptance of the dark side of yourself. People ask me, are you the devil? Or are you a demon? We got those aspects within us. Each of us, we do. We have the dark and the light. From ancient to modern, we have the dark and the light present with us. What we decide to formulate through our actions is what decides who we become. I have thoughts go through my head, all sorts of thoughts go through my head since the age of 5. My mind has been super active. And sometimes I have thoughts that come into my head and I'm like, I did not think that. I did not think that. It scares me to think that. And then years later, I found out it was other people's thoughts I was hearing. That's why bad words and things of natures that a kid wouldn't have no association of knowing knew. Because my heart was registering what their heart was, and their heart is going to formulate all the words in their mind. So my connection to their heart was resonating their thoughts directly to my mind. I have peace in my mind. I have quiet in my mind. I don't have problems. I'm not trying to manipulate things. I don't have fucking bills. I don't do all that shit. I mean, I've been paying rent. Thank everybody here. I thank you for all your contributions and help us life. But I don't have a phone bill. I don't do that. I don't go that. I'm pretty peaceful in my mind. I'm a happy person. So when those thoughts start getting going, that means there is someone else thinking those thoughts. I'm aware of who I am and what I like and what I'm into. And when my mind wanders off somewhere, I start paying attention because that was somebody looking in at me too. So as I start becoming aware of the thought pattern, if I ever meet a motherfucker in my life and their actions match the thought pattern, I know who the motherfucker was. I'll never say it to their face. I'll never tell another person who it was. I'll never explain A is B. But I know they can never deceive me again because I know. I know my environment. I know what hurts me. And because of that, that's stability. That means there's no fear present. If you're stable, if you can overcome any obstacle, you don't have fear of what's before you. Moving away from fear, moving into love and trust, knowing that somehow the divine are going to work things out somehow, some way. That vibration, going back to right where we started today, or in the beginning portion, and somebody said, "How can you help another raise their vibration?" To raise your own vibration, to bring your own vibration completely up, to resonate that as much as you can, and that resonance is what the rest of the world is going to feel, and that will have an impact upon our environment, upon the conscious, upon the people that we are around. We touched on this yesterday, and we'll touch on it again today. People very much do send thoughts into your mind, and they have a negative connotation so as to hurt you or distract you. Though do be aware that there is a large group, and they're looking at your heart, and they're connecting with your heart, and they're sending blessings and goodness. There are people in this world, and they are very consciously aware of what they're doing, and there are other people who are not consciously aware of what they're doing, but they know that it's doing some good. And we together, humanity, is facilitating this ability for us to essentially cure each other's issues. We have the solution for each other, and as I've mentioned it before, presence. Presence is everything, matched with that pulse of activity, that stability. Cetra. Cetra. And Cetra does have the meaning that conveys Set is the dark, Ra, or Set is the dark and chaos. Ra is the light and order, and the CH is your personal chi, your personal energy. And how we fundamentally use those two is paramount to our victory in life. If we ignore the dark aspect of ourselves, then we are completely lost. Because light by itself with no shadow, oh, that's not correct. Nature has a shadow cast because there's light there. Yeah. And so truly to accept those aspects of us and fundamentally use that, there are situations in life in which that order and that light and that kindness, boom, that was easy enough. A little communication, everything was smooth. And there are other aspects and times in life where people on this world, they are on who they are, and it light and order is not going to help. Chaos being introduced is going to help. And so that's where one can allow that aspect of themselves to take care of that situation and can go right back to that portion of the body and exist. Doesn't have to hide, doesn't have to be unknown. Bones, how does one learn to be a shaman? That's actually and a quick thank you to all the moderators and fam. Thank you for friends. Thank you for the kind comments and all that stuff. Thank you, fam, for helping out in the chat log and all that great stuff. And you really been bring it together. Work great as the teamwork makes the dream work. How does one learn to be a shaman? So I'm gonna put it in the chat log. Here's my email, uh, and my book is available on Amazon.com. It's named Cetra, but you can shoot me an email and I'll send you a completely free PDF copy. You don't have to pay for it. If you really do enjoy the book, my GoFundMe is connected on my main page on the YouTube. You can shoot me a donation or not, I don't care. But my email's there, and this is my book. And in my book, I introduce the divine love language with 129 words that relate how you are being a shaman in your day-to-day life. You're going, not how you are a shaman initiate. You're going through the shamanic trials on a day-to-day basis of life, and you don't even know about it. For instance, I mentioned this one before. Let me tell you how and why you are an active magician. Magician, shaman, oracle. Okay. Let me tell you how you're an active magician. How you actually warp time and space, which means you time travel. Let me explain to you how you time travel. Now, you might be at a job, you might be talking with somebody, and then all of a sudden, you look back at your watch or the time, and you go, my goodness, 2 hours passed by. I thought it was only like 20 minutes. That's because your mind entered a resonated state accompanied with your breathing because you're emotionally attached to something. You were involved. You had a rhythm of something which created a stable pace of your breathing, which caused your mind to vibrate in a transcended way, in a trance state of being, vibratory frequency. And because of this, you bilocated. Your physical body stayed conscious and awake with itself in whatever normal 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, whatever pulse you have going on, that stability, and your soul took off. Woo! And when your soul, when your spirit truly jumped back into your heart, that's when your mind goes, what time is it? The body and the spirit were in two places at once. There's two different time clocks going on, and when they reunited into one, you notice the anomaly. You time travel. Didn't even know you did it. You just chalk it up to, oh, that's weird. I don't know why that happens. Everybody, that's why. You work magic on a regular basis. And my book essentially introduces the language to help you realize what you're doing already so that you can actually move from initiate to be a shaman. The difference between a shaman initiate and a shaman essentially is making sure you got your tool belt on. If you got your tool belt on, you can grab any tool you need. You got your basics, you got your powders, your alchemical set. So if you got your alchemical set out in front of you all the time, then as a shaman, no matter what situation you come up upon or environment, you can bust out that alchemical combination that you know from those base pieces, the foundation of who you are, and you can whip up a solution for that moment, an experience for that moment, unique for that moment. You can be alive in that moment and create a present for you and the other person. And yeah, that's that's what that's about. Dreams, Zex the Dragon God. Yes, I would love to answer your question. Please ask the question about dreams. I love talking about dreams. Bones. Yes, yes, like parallel thoughts, very much like that. But yeah, Zack's the Dragon God. I'm waiting on. Oh, there you go. Yesterday morning, I awoke from a dream of a massive wave reaching up to the sky. Oh, wow. Okay, this connects to another dream, a vision. It was a vision somebody had during a ceremony I put on. I call it a jam rather than a ceremony because it's more like, anyways, it's more personable. And just, anyways, so I was putting on a jam, and this dude came up to me, and he didn't come up to me, but yeah. If you had a dream like legit, I interpret the heck out of dreams. I live there. My mind is there like right now. So like to me, dream. It's not about interpreting a dream. It's more like uh, I can actually see that environment, and because I work with it regularly, I'm able to know what's going on. Anyways, I'm happy to answer these. Going back to he said, yesterday morning I awoke from a dream of a massive wave reaching up to the sky. Okay, this takes me back to the vision that happened during a jam, a ceremony that I was putting on. And afterwards, the individual told me that they had seen a black pyramid underground in Egypt, and there was a priest, and there was a long, it would be like a trough, but of like marble, like long and rectangular, and rather like, but and the priest will come and he will fill it up with water, and as soon as the priest will fill it all the way up with water, it will be empty instantly, and priest will fill it back up with water, and as soon as it filled up, gone instantly. Repeat, repeat, repeat. This is what's going on at the heart, at the center of the pyramid, of the Black Pyramid, underneath the world, underneath Egypt. And so when he said this, I connected with this, and for years, like I went over my mantras, like I read on here daily for a good long time, like for hours and whatnot. Well, I did even more of that in my own in my own time, and I had realized that that's what I was doing was I was filling up the offering essentially by connecting and going over those mantras. I was giving my spiritual essence, and they were drinking it up. The divines were drinking it up. So, like, if you would think like something hasn't had water in a good long while, and now they're like they start getting life back, right? Like, think about like Aquaman, right, or whatever. And he's like not doing good. All he's got to do is get right next to the water, and dude's like, bam, I'm healed. I got like I just ate a full meal. I'm fully recharged. And so then with the dream, Zex, Zex, the dragon god, I see that they are essentially like there is a massive wave of spiritual energy, of spiritual essence, of the undercurrent, all of that we have been suppressing on the subconscious, that is spiritual, that is who we are, that is the truth, that is divinity connected in its singularity. Like that energy is reaching the sky on this entire world. That wave is going across the entire world, not a physical wave, but a literal energetical wave to where like everybody is going through this everybody's getting washed with this. Like everybody from top to bottom, inside and out, like that wave is hitting the world. That's the way you saw. That's what's actually happening currently now in the living moment. Like we're all contributing to that wave. We're all adding to it. It's not just one person filling up a basin or something for the gods to drink from. It's a whole world filling up. It's all of us filling the entire world with this energy. Like that's pretty neat. And dream about a tornado, and then the rainstorm. So your dream of the tornado, your spirit was actually present with the tornado. That tornado was able to create energy in the atmosphere to send rain your way. I would pay attention to that in the future. If you do have another dream about a tornado, I'm just saying for my own, what I would do, I'd be like, if it happened to be that rain accompanied it the next time, shoot, you might as well learn how to start telling people, oh, you might want to take your umbrella out today. Like, nah, when they said the weather's going to be great, eh, I've seen a thing or two. Take this with you. Honestly, that's how I've learned how to do and see what I see is because the events, the miracles happen. I see the 1 2 3. The 1 2 3 pattern happens twice or whatever. It could be 1 2 2 3, whatever the pattern is. I see the pattern happen twice from initial event of omen of sign all the way to the actual miracle happening and all the minutiae in between. I see it happen, and then I see it happen again. Same result, same ending, and everything. Then on the third time, shit, I'm gonna call it as it is, and as soon as I see it, I ain't. I'll be right there, walking right with it. Let's keep moving. Let's keep this train rolling wherever it's going. I know what's coming next. So personally, for me, at a particular juncture in my life, circumstances seem different now, but at a particular juncture in my life, I stopped trying to tell people or warn people. I forget that. Forget the fucking crazy looking dude trying to scream at the whole fucking society, say, yo, yo, watch out. I say, you know what? I ain't doing that. I was. Look at me now. I'm not anymore. I was Jehovah's Witness. And that whole preaching thing, that whole dogmatic fucking way of life, I spit that shit out of my life. I fucking threw it up. I was like, I don't want none of that. I don't want this preachy ass shit. Fuck that. That is not who I am. And so that's why I've had to find a unique way of doing my own jam, and not repeating the mistakes of others, but being able to see my family no matter where they are. But that repeating, but seeing that one, two, three has allowed me to be able to see the direction that the spirit, that the divine father and mother is moving things, and I just act with it. I stopped trying to warn people, and I simply started acting in synchronicity with the spirit. If I saw one, if I saw the pattern, I don't need nobody else to come fucking tell me a damn thing. And sometimes I might just have to walk away from somebody, because if I start arguing, if I say no, you're wrong, I just entangled with your energy. I'm not taking you home to bed with me. I'm just walking away. I'm not entangling. You know how people say, oh, they like to have the last word? To anybody. You could have the first word and the last word. I'm gonna walk my walk. You could do all the talk. I'm not entangling. That's how I'm able to move without something tripping up my feet. And you can do it too. You can do it too. Peter Lloyd. What's up, Peter Lloyd? Oh, thank you, bro. I see that. I'm looking up on the comments. Thank you for the comments. Okay, so for those who were mentioning that they're flying around in their dreams, okay, when you're dreaming, you are seeing in the aether. People have to be awake and meditate to accept this. If you believe it, that's what you're seeing. That's why you're always flying, because you are fucking moving around from this place to that place to this place to that place. A lot of times, for a spiritually advanced individual, you will not see the majority of the primary details of those dreams, of those memories. That's why you're going to remember traveling between events and not the events. There's an interesting reality I learned. There are some things that are healthy for us to not look at. You can look at them. I'm not saying not to. But something we spoke about earlier is like when we make a wish, say a prayer, ask for a request, want to manifest the future. We envision what we want, We envision all the details, but the end result is ultimately left up to however it comes, however the miracle happens. I'm not going to get everything I want, T to T, every single item, place, and all that stuff. But what I am going to receive is going to be exactly the most perfect thing I could have gotten for that moment. And so, in that aspect of trust, I made the preceding comment. Understand that every single situation that you personally are within is going to have a specific response. It's going to be unique to its own occurrence, and you can change up your reaction. You can change up how you choose to work with that situation. You can make that choice. And because you're trying something different, well, that remedy didn't work. Trying something different, that might work. Nope, tried something different. Ooh, that worked. Now you can remember for the future that kind of problem, that kind of situation. Apply that solution. I'm gonna get through it. That's how I wound up creating my divine love language. Was remembering and recalling, which the divines truly helped me to do so. The divine father and mother themselves helped me to see into my own past when I did that shadow work, when I looked into those areas of my own life that I had ignored before. Some intentionally, and some not intentionally, and just down there. Forget about things after a while. But to be able to look back and see where I had created solutions and that I could create those solutions in the future, that changed everything. Because what naturally happens at the end of a situation, I would get upset or I'd have the reactive emotional response. But when I changed, when I started working with more of a divine consciousness, that's when I said, okay, obviously what happened, I'm not happy with it, but I don't ever want to go through this again. So let me pay attention. Let me look at what happened. Let me examine the situation. Now I'm not hiding from anything. Now I'm not putting anything into forget a file, but I'm looking at every single thing that's ever happened. And now when I see that pattern in my future, I know what the fuck's happening. See, with the divines, they have a pattern, and that works out something positive. I want to work with that. I want to encourage the positive. Man is going to create some bad motherfucking patterns, which are creating chaos and all sorts of problems. Those ones I want to run away from. I don't want to have part to do with any of that junk. And that's how I can start becoming who I choose to be. The past happened to you. It does not define your future of who you are. The past is the past. Can't change it. Can't do anything about it. Whatever even we do now is just a freaking bumper sticker on the event. That's all that is. It's just another bumper sticker. Just cover up the whole car with bumper stickers. That's what we're doing with the past. But to not have that kind of an issue, to not be stuck on that sort of blindness of sight, that's where life opens up. That's where the unconditioned soul within can truly act and move as it needs to, as the situation requires. And then you can get right back to your peace, your solace. Hey, Cetra Evie said, don't quite know how to word this, but how do you quiet down all the other more external things you hear when you quiet down your own thoughts and meditation? Not not referring to physical. The more external things on that not being physical would be thoughts of others, concerns of others, their hearts, their awarenesses. Two options that jump into my mind at that point, and I did both of them. Um, One thing you can do is you can continue to apply a various amount of cord cutting and not cord cutting, um, your own spiritual defense. There's things you can do to protect your own energy. Um, when I use the word spells, I'm talking about words of power. I'm talking about the resonance of your own body, the ancient words of power, not current words, but the ancient words of power. Can these actually have an authority over that frequency. So when they're employed correctly, um, that can absolutely block that out completely. However, when one is starting to use the words of power, it requires stamping this into their regular pulse of being. It's because here's what happens, okay? This is the other person, but their thoughts. It's their thoughts, okay? And we've quieted our mind and of our own thoughts, but these new thoughts are keep coming, and those are the external thoughts, if I'm not mistaken, in what you mentioned. So those external thoughts still coming through, that regular frequency causes them to they go back, but they remember you because your light is too bright to ignore. So they're going to come back. But if your pulse happens with those words of power, with your frequency meditation, with your focus, then they're repelled again. And they're going to come back until they have a practically, when you do something like this for 40 days consecutively, three times a day, boom, 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 knock it out, knock it out, knock it out, knock it out, knock it out. And when you do this, then you're resonating that field, which does not allow those external thoughts to to penetrate, because those external thoughts ultimately are of a lower vibration. That's why they're trying to penetrate your your field of energy, your awareness, your minds. They're up to no good. They shouldn't be looking at you. That's not exactly coherent with divine law and order, with their intentions. It matters about their intentions. That doesn't line up because they're not looking to help you. So ultimately, when your own field is continually saying, practically taking your authority in hand and saying, you are not allowed. Either you match my energy and you can hang with me, or you do not match my energy and you must exit. That's a spirit side. That's nothing physical. That's all in spirit. When the self does this day after day after day after day after, that spirit, that external consciousness, that mind from the other person, it's going to stop coming back because it has to expend energy to get to you. It ain't getting fed. You ain't watering the mug. It got to go back home. That takes effort out the spirit, and when it returns into the body of the person, of the sender, they ain't feeling too good. And eventually they're going to go pick on somebody else. And the more that we become worldwide, they ain't going to be able to go pick on nobody else. They're going to starve. And just like a child who's starving, they're going to go back to mom and dad and say, Mom, Dad, help, help. And then that's when you fix things. Nora Gilman 2643 said, absolutely loving the spirituality on the show. Any experiences with your own holy guardian angel you would share with one who wishes to reconnect with their own? Okay, I'm gonna put in my email. Feel free to send me an email. Um, I I do have I do have an invocation. Invocation expressly meaning that one is activating a latent or a dormant energy within the body, because it is invoking, it is inviting this energy to live once again. It's we're connected with everything all around us always, but this energy is truly within you, and you can read the words first, and see that you agree with what it's saying. You can see the kindness and the goodness in it, um, and when you do, they choose to read it out loud. It will reconnect you. The first time I read it was instant connection, and then when other people kept coming to me asking me, well, how do I do this and how do I do that, and I was fucking like, like a guru's like, you have your people or a teacher, preach or whatever. People keep coming back every day, like, how do I do this and how do I do that? How do I do this and how do I do that? And what next? What now? And I'm like, dude, fuck all that. I do not want to sit around asking fucking questions all day long. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy what we're doing, but not like that, man. So I just said, well, fuck. Exactly where I took my first step that was actual spiritual connection. When I say actual spiritual connection, when I got done reading the words that I'm going to send you, when I got done reading those words, I was little predicated information. I was living in a place and I was being traumatized daily. I'm not bullshitting you. 30 plus years old, mom's fucking dead, daughter's fucking ripped from my arms, and I'm being motherfucking, my soul is being tortured every fucking day. I'm not exaggerating shit. I read this invocation in the shower, and as soon as I said the last word, I had peace within my mind and my heart. I had peace. I didn't have chaos. I didn't have pain. I tried to think about my problems, and I could not populate my problems, my daily life into my mind. And I said, fuck, I'm good. I'm good with that. Fuck it. I don't need to think about it. I'm happy with the peace. I'm happy with the peace. That's all I need. That's all I wanted. Just emotional, mental fucking calm. And it worked. It So I say I communicated. I didn't just invoke. I spoke, and I got response. Um, the Divine Mother is powerful in that aspect. She lives within you, and when I acknowledged that aspect inside of me, and I didn't even know it had ever existed, that was the hole in my heart. That was the hole in my heart that I knew was in everybody else's heart instantly, because I stopped desiring, I stopped needing, like, I started being guided on my own. So when I shared it with people, they they read it. They some of them messaged me back and tell me the experience they had. But after I shared, people generally they're not asking me for those kind of questions anymore because their heart is complete. They're able to get all the answers they need. They're able to get the guidance from their own intuition. It's, you can call it a goddess and a divine mother, but this is a living aspect within inside of you. Woman or man, it doesn't matter. We're human and we have these energies within us, and we have been heavily unbalanced. Last time I checked, Bible said, as in heaven, also upon the earth. And that old book also did say, obey your father and your mother. Father and mother. Mama's real. But that was only the second portion, really. Experiences with my own guardian angel. Okay, good question. Good question. Um, okay. So first, um, I'll pull a card. I can show you with the card. Book. That'd be easier. Okay, so let's see here. Give me a moment. I'll find it. I gotta show you the guy first. This guy. That guy. Okay, that's Set. He's chaos. He's my guardian angel. Michael. Archangel Michael. He's my brother. And my guardian angel, Set himself, came to me. No drugs, no nothing like that. And he said, bro, you really nice and all that. They tearing you up. I'm gonna protect you. So I want you to dress the way I guide you to dress. Cause you ain't dressing up like you. You dressing up like me. And when people see me, they ain't gonna fuck with you no more. And mama, she gonna teach you all her magic. All Set is gonna teach you all of her magic. You be good. And he literally guided me to carve this staff with hieroglyphs with his own image on here carved in, along with a sequence of runes. They all have their own set of meaning, and they have a meaning altogether as well in ancient Japanese Kuji-in. And he has protected me from harm and danger from the malicious, the spiteful, the vengeful, the harmful, the ungodly, the unfaithful people of this world, those who are connected, the humans who are nothing but animal predatory beings. Set taught me how to be protected from them, how to not get caught in their snares, how to ward them out, and how to fight them the fuck off to where they will not come touch me again. And that's why I share everything I do with you every day. because he protected me. And my mother was my defender. She was my protector. And when she died, Set motherfucking showed up. And he decided to show me what he taught my mother. That's how she was able to protect me. She was nothing but love, just like me. I just want to heal and help. I don't got an evil bone in my nature. But goddamn, if you're doing some wrong and it's in front of my eyes, I don't give a shit. You ain't fucking living. I can't. I can't let that fucking shit exist in my life. I can't stand by and watch an injustice like that go down. Can't do it. I can't do it. I can't watch somebody else be abused and tortured their whole life. So how could I? I can't keep any of this inside. So I share that with you. That'd be the greatest story I have to share. And that's why that's why I yearn so much for everybody to make their own connection, because you could wind up having a personal call from another divine being, and then you wind up embodying them because your heart lines up correctly to not abuse the powers and the gifts and to respect what you have and what you're doing, and then you embody that energy on this world. And because the energy of the divine is actually embodied in this world, the old gods walk. And if the old gods walk, then man's shitty ass rule ends. And all our problems go away. Golden age restarted. When you were born, the country you're born in, were you given a book that said these are the laws from 1 to a zillion? No. No, you weren't. When there's new laws implemented and you didn't know about a new, do you get an update book? You remember the old days they would send out the phone books, the thick ass motherfucker, the phone books. You remember all the trees we were killing for phone books? Did you get an update with the new laws every year? No? I guess they didn't care about you. I, I don't need their fucking made up laws to know what is correct in my world and in this life. I know the values of reality. I don't have to run out there and do anything crazy. I don't need to go make no show of nothing. I know to keep to my own enough. But I also know I got a family out there. And where you might see I'm brave, you the one who got cojones. In my view, you motherfucking let me empower your heart so your body can fly. Can be empowered. In a good family, evil don't exist. In a proper family, that shit don't keep going on. You wanna know why? Cause your mama gonna walk right up to the motherfucker and put him in his place. I don't care if you got all the biggest muscles and mama's 4 foot and you 7 foot. Mama gonna come walk right up to your face and smack it, and you gonna fall down. Mama need to stand up in this world. Please, please, pretty please. That husband, that protector, that's her enforcer. He makes sure she can do what she needs to do unharmed. By studying the ancient ways, I have learned how to apply an old system, an old culture of what people would call outdated and forgotten. I've put back and pieced together and lived a different way, and I've gotten different results. Throughout mine, I was only taught how to be me. I wasn't taught how to be a mom or dad. I was only taught how to be me. My mom's generation, they were taught how to be parents, okay? They were taught how to be parents. They weren't taught how to be themselves so much as they were taught how to be good parents. The one thing I could recognize from everybody in my life that I learned something good from, that had a good heart, I learned something positive from, they encouraged me to be me. Don't 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 try to fit into it. Just be you. That's what they kept telling me. They didn't. They just uh, in the Renaissance community and other communities, and people would be come up to me and they'd say, "Just be you," and I'm like, "What are you talking about? I am being me. This is me. This is who I am." I was a little bit just different back then, just a little bit. I didn't have so many necklaces and bracelets on by any means. I wasn't into jewelry at all. Screw jewelry. I don't see this as jewelry. I don't see it like that. But but people were like, just be you, and I'm like, I am being me. And it was always good. It was always shared, and it was always a positive exchange on that subject. And so that's the best way I could tell you and help you is just be you. You're gonna take what you take from me. It's not gonna be everything. Look, I okay. We have comedy time, all right. I don't intend the pun, but you're gonna get it because it's definitely part of the story here. So I'm going to show this here. I'm going to show this image here real quick. So over here, Set is right here. Okay, his face is kind of blocked by my staff there. But here you can see the white dots in her hair. She has white dots in her hair. There's her white dots, and then there's like yellow stripes at the top. Okay. Now I ain't read anywhere where it says what those white dots are, and there's a few couple like images I have that of that same type of resemblance of those white dots. Now, this is where the joke comes in. I got a pearl necklace. Look, they're real pearls, okay? You can tell they're real pearls because they are not uniform in like solid like spheres form. But I was inclined to hang these from my headpiece. After hanging them on my headpiece and seeing them come down with my hair for some time, looking at the tapestry was like, holy shit! That's what she had in her hair. The Divine Mother, Khenemet Onket, is the oldest name I could find on the Kemetic side for the Divine Mother. Khenemet Onket translates into the water of life. Seashells, we all know seashells connect with the Divine Mother. What more than their product out of a pearl? Surrounding myself with these types of visuals and things has caused me to see what I want to be. Law of attraction. Law of attraction. So, okay, now the law of attraction, what this energy you're sending out, the energy you wind up getting back is one moment. I just got to write something down. Okay, law of attraction, you are not your past. I surround myself with what I want to see. All right, you can set up a screensaver. All right, if you're into runes, you're Norse, Scandinavian, Celtic, Indian, I don't care, whatever it is, Mother Mary, Magdalene, whatever. You can pull up something and you can start surrounding yourself with it. The tapestries that I have that essentially cover like a like 3/4 of a portion of a wall in my room were I think around the $80 mark. Okay, $80 to $90 mark. And then I got some smaller ones. They were more around like the $40 or $50 mark. You could get small things. You could go to resale shops. You could pull up anything you want and literally start surrounding yourself with those things, even if it's one little thing. And what we're doing is we are finding an energy that we want to be. We don't just have to pull from modern people who are living. We can look into the past. You could be one of the divines. Let me express to you how you can be a living, walking divine being. Kind of hit closed up and staff and whatnot. This is raw right here, okay? Now, the individual who lived and walked on this world, who was known as Ra, was a human form, extraterrestrial, which you are, and they figured out how to light up all of their chakras and their energy centers, match their body, their mind, and their heart, which is their soul, and they unified that, they triangulated that mug, and they resonated with an element. And the resonance with that element was the best conduit that we've ever seen for its time. That's why Ra shall always be remembered. You won't always be remembered. You do. We all do. It's innate within us to want this. And as you see something around you, Japanese, Hindu, Egyptian, Christian, I don't give a hoot what. Maybe it's got a little mixture of your most favorite two little best friends, and you're like, that's gonna be within me. I'm gonna be able to go lightning fast, but I could drive backwards and tow anything. I can shift my gears, I can shift my chakra systems, and I can become this if I organize my thoughts, my actions, my heart, all in tune. Then I'm going to have success on it. I'm going to embody a frequency and a vibration no one else has before. That's what you can do. That is what is open to you to explore and become. And the only way to do that is through your own strong stability. Your stability to know who you are and to trust yourself. Trusting yourself. Well, that looks scary to anybody who wants a bunch of worker bees. Because they know you won't believe lies. You won't accept the lies. It might seem like you're going along with it for a while, but you were just learning your environment. Good question. That was very good. That was very good. How can how can you trust yourself? That was actually pretty darn good. The only way you can actually trust yourself is to become familiar with your own cycles, your own patterns, your own behaviors. Love. Live one vibrational energy. That's your joy, that's your happiness, that's who you are. The only way to find out who you are is to unplug, completely disconnect from every friend and person you talk with. You got mom and dad and family, well, then you let them know I'm doing some introspective work for the next 7 days. I'm not doing too much talking. I'm not upset or hurt, and I'll chat with you, but I just got some introspective things to be looking at. It's nothing that has to do with anybody else. It's all about me. Now, when you start ignoring people and their ideas and what they think about you and their influences and what they think you should be doing, and hey, come help me with that, and blah, 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 blah. Well, then what's going to happen is you're going to see what you like to do. What is it you enjoy without anybody else's thoughts around? What do you do in your own time that brings you happiness and joy? Where are you stable, not needing somebody else's presence? We are interdependent. We do need each other. Don't get me wrong. Codependence is a bad thing. We do not want codependence. But to know that you can stand in your own independence for some time is a very good thing of stability and foundation of oneself. When that happens, you start to begin to trust yourself because you can actually recognize yourself. And because you can recognize yourself, your own behaviors, your own patterns, your own likes, your own dislikes, well, then it's very easy to distinguish when you start hanging out with people again of whose thoughts do not belong to you. When you can figure out which thoughts do not belong to you and which do, now you can actually trust you because you're not being pulled one way or the other by somebody else's manipulation or confusion or at whim of desire. Very good question. Tea. Tea today. I did not make this mug, but it is one of my favorite mugs. It's got some and there going on. I love the 15th century, the 1400s, so I got that mug, and then, back then everybody would have had their own, like, knife and fork, so this would be, like, my knife. Not period exactly, but, hey, pretty darn close to what they would have had, and this one was actually pretty much more older, real one right here, and that would be one of your original forks. Originally, it was just a single spike. It was just a single steel spike, and because they cut large pieces of meat, so they just had a prick. But then as time developed, they had the two-pronged fork develop, and because they were able to make smaller cuts of meat and thus make more delicate things. And back then, nobody would have metal was rather not easy to come by for the common person, so everybody would have had their own knife and prick or knife and fork set along with a spoon. But sometimes they have spoons. Anyway, so I like to make sure I have those on me. Plus, it's always good in case something happens. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't even think about dropping. Well, I can't say that. Somebody came at me once and pulled a knife on me, and I got one of those too. and then, as they were pulling a knife on me, I wasn't thinking about it, but they pulled a knife, so I pulled a knife, and then I was like, hold on a second, and I grabbed an actual functional, real fucking long sword. And then they grabbed a fucking aluminum put together by flimsy screws coat rack. Nobody brought a gun to the fight. So they're fucking for real. And now, if I need to, that right there, hold on, right there, boom. That is a full length spear right there. So, distance, reach, all that kind of. But no, I really like the historical arts because it's a good form of body working, it's a good form of exercise. It is good to know a martial art, it is good to keep the body in training. Um, but that's the truth of the world is that if you are going to fight, if you are going to get caught into an engagement of things, somebody's always going to have bigger muscles, or somebody's always going to have a longer reach, or a bigger gun, or whatever the case. And that's why they're there, except for defense and protecting the weak or someone who is being taken advantage of. At least for myself, I'd rather go into prayer. I'd rather align the energy in the world so that it just doesn't allow that environment anymore. That peace and that love brings up so much benefit that all that other stuff can simply be for entertainment and exercise and a healthy way of living rather than for hurting. Am I from Israel? I'm not from Israel. I do have Jewish blood. I do have Aztec blood. I do have Cherokee blood. I do have Lakota blood. I do have Spaniard blood. I do have German blood. I do have French blood. Those are the those are what comprise who I am, and so I'm very connected to two completely different worlds of being. How do I collect so many trinkets? So that would be the journey. A large amount of it was gifts. A majority of what I have has been through gifts, and um, a little bit from some resale shops. It's amazing upon my path when I wind up going somewhere. Okay, ooh, that'd be a good one. Let me. As a shaman, upon my journey, I have went many places, and I don't normally get to stay any one place too excessively long, normally. And so when I come through, people see me, and the only thing that truly pops into my being is they feel blessed in some way, or there's a connection that's happening with the spirit, with them, with myself, all of it, and they're inclined to give me a gift, and sometimes usually I'll give a gift back or whatever the case, but many times they've just completely given me the gift, and it was not expected out of nowhere. One time a person, they came and they gave me a whole freaking bag of things. They were like, here, we want to give it to somebody who can use it, can't keep it anymore, whatever the case. And so I was like, oh shoot. That's some power. That was a whole bunch of powerful gifts right there. I'll tell you what. I did good stuff with that. That's for sure. And so there are a lot of memories. There are a lot of memories. Some from people who are no longer alive. Um, in resale shops. Resale shops are. You can find an item or two there that really speaks to you. It's amazing how I've been on my journey and then I'll wind up going somewhere as such, and they just might have a very unique piece that fits my whole of everything I am, something I've been looking for a long time, and somehow, just like mentioned the story of finding that book on the shelf when I was directed to, these things can line up for an individual, and certainly it's really how the trinkets, how all the little items wind up adding up, and it's the journey. Um, I've been on this journey, and I wound up for my own stint of the course completed that personal journey, and so it's a nice reality. Thank you for asking that. Evie, yes, you did. Live one vibrational energy. Live one vibrational energy. One letter off. Is power emotional burden? I wouldn't call it burden, but you could if you wanted to. The emotion is energy. The energy, receiving energy, is a responsibility. And if that energy has been a negative energy, then upon receiving that energy, that has to be transformed into love before I actually do something with my hands or my mouth or any, before I help somebody or do anything. Because if I don't transform that energy within me into love, then I'm going to do something bad. And I want to build something, I want to do something good with that. So I wouldn't call it a burden. Essentially, it's a state of transformation, it's a process. Is it easy? No, not all the time. Is it pretty smooth? Generally speaking. Can it get really rough? Ho, 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 yeah, yeah, it can. You will have more energy than you know how to swallow at one time. And that's kind of like on the spiritual side, your spiritual presence increases in size because you learn how to take bigger bites. Your stomach keeps getting bigger. You need bigger stuff to munch on. That's life. It keeps growing. That's our soul. It keeps growing. Thank you. Thanks for the compliments on the mode. Just reading through some of the comments here. England, someone from England. No, you like England. Well, Bones, you've been here a bit. Are you from England? But I really enjoyed learning about the 14th century history as much as I did, getting into it and so forth, academically. embodying it, living it. Used to have my suit of armor and all of that. So that was really cool. As much as I could for my part, anyways. I would enjoy England, Europe, something like that would be interesting. I don't see myself traveling over there, but well, if I did, that'd be pretty cool. I do have a jar of dirt. How do you make an altar? I want an altar? Because I want to alter my reality. It doesn't require a computer to alter your reality. It requires an altar to alter your reality. Three basic components on a table with intention equals an altar. Three elements. Number one, air is always present. It's there. If you have something, it's representing air. That's it. But air is present. Water, dirt, candle. These three elements, and if you got an incense stick, represent the wind, air, flow. That's good, don't you know? Those three basic elements, though, create an altar that allows your body, your spirit, your soul to actually work with elements. See, that whole jar of dirt thing was because that individual of that character was a shaman initiate and didn't fucking know it. So, in order for him to effectively utilize magic, which magic is mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically, the shaman initiate required the elements of the earth to utilize his magic. And he needed earth while he was on the water at sea. That's why he needed a jar of dirt, guys. I mean, come on. Evie, yes. This goes back to the Hindu side. This will go back to the Scandinavian side. This will go back to all Egyptian. This will go back to all the sides. Um, I'll especially mention Indian, Hindu, Indian. So people are like, oh, they have 1,000 gods. I can't, how can you have 1,000 gods? They see it as the Divine Mother was the original soul, like being ultimately, and from her, every single god, masculine and feminine, are from her. In the diversity, each incarnation was a different being from that original source. And the mother, the divine mother, is Mother. Mater. She is the prima materia of matter itself. And that's why the Divine Father is the awakened God-like human with activated chakras, able to work with matter at a molecular structure through their own being, harmonized with stones and wood and natural elements of the world. This is my favorite book. It's a Kemetic, an ancient Egyptian oracle system. It's called the Metu Netar. I know the image is reversed. I got to click things on the camera which create delays and stuff. So you do want to take a picture, you can take a picture. Just flip it in reverse in your settings and you'll see it. But the Metu Netar was solid. Got me a lot of great answers. Um, Haha, that's funny. I have to call one of my books. I've never really kind of thought about a second or a third, just a favorite. But that book I put up at the top. The second one would be a Freemasonry book I've got. You see it in their lodges. Um, Gave a lot of really good information that the Matuna Torah did not, that the Bible does not, that other books do not, but still leaves your head scratching, asking a few questions. And and then my own book, I'd have to say, well, I don't know, spiritual book. Uh, and fairy tales from all the way around. I don't know. I don't really have a. If I said a third book, I'd just be saying mine. I really couldn't give a solid answer on that. Oh, the I Ching, a book on the I Ching, explaining the I Ching would be right up there. Thank you, Uncle Monty. I appreciate that. My mustache. I must ask you a question. Oh, you're cool. Can I show the room? Sure. Yeah, yeah, we'll do a room tour. Cool. We can do that. Am I real? I just got to turn on this other one, get my light going, flashlight going here. I used to have a flashlight for a flashlight and a this for this. I don't prefer to use a phone for flashlight anyways. Very welcome. Yeah, we'll do that. Um, thank you. Thank you, Loki. How long did it take to grow my mustache? Uh, Gosh, I don't. In the moment, like I don't know, six. I don't know, man. Not a long time. I'll put it this way: when I was like 15 years old, I'd have like a freaking, I'd have a freaking fucking razor and not even a thing, and I'd be like trying to shave and stuff, and my mom would come in and she'd be like, "What you trying to shave?" I'd be like, I'm trying to get it to grow." Just a bunch of peach fuzz. Um, it's taken a while to get it to this point, but it goes through changes and forms and all that good stuff. Pyra 6 Aura 6. I will say, oh, 666 Pyra Aura. I love it. Good name, good name. I got that. Um, so a lot of them were gifts, but ultimately bracelets and necklaces that I had uh, either broke after some time or they reached that point, and I knew they were going to break, so I just went ahead and took the next step, and and reformulated them into different necklaces and different bracelets, creating my own. That it is currently, um, like this one particularly, was all one necklace that went around as one with these coins coming down, but I separated it and created two tiers so that now with the coins and everything it's much more like the Egyptian style. Um, these are actually necklaces that I've turned into armbands. Um, and these bracelets in particular, they don't ever come off. They always stay on. They're tied on. Um, and they'll go through a change. Like I changed it up because I used to have a balance of energies on both left and right, but this one I went more for new life and the vocal ability to create that new life. And then this side that'd be on the masculine, that'd be the output, and then the input coming in would be more so the dark, the colorful, the more uh, balancing coming through. And then I've got all my like little knickknacks here, like heart. Um, if I do ever have a kid, this will be their bracelet right here. This is a little bracelet for a kid, like silver and bronze, or silver and brass, I think it is. Brass, that's brass. And I've got the lion on there. Just got the Ohm symbol. Tree of life. I actually used to live right down the road from Route 66. Life is boring. Life gets really fucking boring, right? Same old, same old, same old, same old, same old. It doesn't have to be boring. You can shake it up. That's what I decided to do. I realized that I could shake it up. In public, people are not rejectful. People are curious. People pay attention. It's something they were not expecting in their day. If I happen to stroll through that business or that place where they may be, whoever's there, it allows me to look in the mirror and recognize that my mind is not chained. My mind is not captured. Maybe you know, and maybe you don't know, but there are a great amount of cages and prisons structured over our psyche, having a massive impact on our heart, stopping us from doing as we would like. Good deeds, acceptable things, but a mental imposition of another. And when they learned that they couldn't have that control over me, when the world saw that I was not going to accept that way of life anymore, the Divine Father himself gave out the call and said, well, that ain't what his soul is ordering anymore. We have to serve what the soul is desiring, what the soul truly is thirsty for, because the soul is what is growing. The body is the temporary portion. The soul is going to keep growing, and the soul speaking through the flesh in unison. The heart, the body, and the mind unified as one is a clear indicated message. And when every single action of yours accompanies that decision, the world, the Divine Father, and the Divine Mother will align this new future for you. But you have to, I had to show truly, I'm deleting all them, that contact, deleted. That association, gone. Not into that energy, done. I'm not arguing. I ain't trying to get even Stevens. I know where my loyalty, I know where my heart, I know where my energy belongs. My body's somewhere different, but I know where it belongs. So I'm going to start resonating that every single day, every single moment, my whole life. That's all I'm going to be. And when I walk into another's field of energy, their reaction is the effect of divine presence. Not me, not some false chip, not anything of that, but the person is having a connection with the divine through their own heart. I just had to walk through the door. I just had to be present. That created a new environment. The new environment must be walked around differently than the old environment. That means there's a whole new band of rules going down of wherever I'm walking. Rules, divine law that's being stricken within everybody's hearts. They can't ignore that. That law has to be obeyed. They can't ignore it. And when thousands of us around the world are doing this on a regular basis, all the dark, everything hidden will be seen. And when we find everything, it's going to be a time for healing. The medics, call the medics in. People are going to need things lost for some time, need attention so that they are not hurting anymore. Room tour. Real quick, I'll answer a few questions. Can I make a sigil? Yeah, and more. Check. Do the birds talk to you? Yes. It's not word for word, it's heart. It's heart to heart communication. The sound is the rhythm. The heart sends the message. The rhythm makes sure my heart understands what's coming through. That's why it's cycling. That's why they're whistles. That's why them things will have the repetitions that they do. Have I read the Quran? Yes, I've read a lot. I'm not saying all by any means, but I've to get where I am. You read through them books. Yep. Cool, Renee. All right. Room tour. I think I got this guy up. Oh, I got that. Okay, that thing's not charged. I've got another one here, maybe. That's okay. That phone's gonna turn off because it's not charged or it doesn't have that. I got another phone. I used to have, I have a camera. I have a professional grade Nikon D7100 camera. Okay, professional fucking filming. All right, and I've got. I used to have a flashlight. I've got all these devices for something else. Yeah, that phone's dead. Because I don't use it anymore, but this one has some power in it. Because if not, it would have shut off already. I'm getting a flashlight together here to do a little room tour. Pyra Aura. How does my belief system work, or what religion do I prescribe to, or so forth and so on. So, okay, cool. Yeah, we do have a flashlight. I go by a bit of a motto. Learn from all sources, belong to none of them. Man wants you to join. If you join with any one person, you're going to be stuck with their limitations too. Don't fucking join their shit, but live it for a bit. And you're going to learn how to do a lot more than anybody else because you're able to see a multitude of vantage points of any one situation. See, I have a headless angel. Well, my phone's been on the charger the whole time. I think I will unplug that. Because my charger cord fell in the cup of mug, not like deep into it, but it was there. What's up from Russia? The when Evie said she felt it, the third time, you're talking about the gong. Oh, Seamaster. Okay, this is the stuff I started catching on to. So quartz crystal, when a gong or a sound bowl winds up kicking off, the quartz crystals, the quartz and the crystals in the stone actually vibrates. It vibrates at a speed super fast. And so when our own energy is within the field, when we activate the stone around us, that sound goes to us, and your pineal gland has a tiny rice grain sized piece of quartz crystal in it. Seriously, literally, you have a tiny piece of quartz crystal inside of your noggin. And when you can put pressure on that, it gets the piezoelectric effect. It starts it pulsing, which actually activates the neural networks that allow you to hear, like an antenna, other things that other people can't normally pick up. Some can. That makes you special. Not just special, but like you're ET in human form amongst humans. We learned a long time ago that it didn't work out well when we showed up in our original form. No. DNA and transfer of the soul is not a science beyond the future. They found the Dalai Lama. If you didn't know, they find him in every lifetime. They have a system to figure out who he is without question. It's not a simple system, neither. It's nothing that can. It's not no set of events that can be a chance happening. This is a technology and a reality that we as humanity can live with. Though the frequency from the sound bowls, from the gongs, those sounds penetrate our entire body. They penetrate the stone and material around us. It's patterns that we wind up setting into place through pulses that we frequently keep through stability. This is how we change the resonance in our environment. That watchtower is always going to have that light that can be seen for those lost in the dark. A lot of people get caught up in a bunch of other stuff. Arguments over anything. Lots of distractions. And that's what I look for. True test, the true skill to get beyond this world in your human form was to no longer be distracted by the distractions. They weren't there for me to fight with. or just distractions. Either elephant put in, okay, but how do I get out of the labyrinth? I'm not bullshitting. I'm not playing. The real the reality is the labyrinth is our home. Without the labyrinth, we cannot materialize into physical beings. It's not about escaping the labyrinth. It's about finding ourself as the Minotaur at the center. It's about seeing just exactly how raging of destruction we ourselves can be. Not nobody else. Our own self. Only when we can recognize and meet ourselves and find ourselves in these depths can we realize where everybody else is stuck in an endless group of passageways that is not a maze to the outside, but is something you have to figure out how to get to the middle. The entire world has a bunch of mirrors up, and they are guiding you to an exit as if you are in a maze. You are not, you are in a labyrinth, and there is no getting out, because if you get out, well, you might as well just be immaterial. And I do enjoy speaking and moving things with my hands. I'd rather not have to try to get some human or living thing to organize reality for me. I'd like to do it myself. To recognize that existence is there, one starts to recognize just how much they have to pay attention with their other senses. For the eyes are deceptive for what the heart truly desires. This is something we talked about earlier, and somebody put in the comment chat 54 years of major depression. The only way I can interpret that is that's been the struggle they've been going through. And what jumps into my heart is that it's time to put you first. It's time to put others last for you. Everybody on their own journey, wherever they are at in life. But if you've had a prolonged state of extreme sadness, of major depression, as termed, I'm I'd prescribe to start doing what the heart wants. And the first thing is gonna mean putting on some music that's gonna make my tush wanna boogie. I don't care if that's outside, inside. I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. Um, Prescription. Make that boogie. Just go boogie. Woo, woo, woo. Start dancing to your own tune. You putting yourself first, you're gonna feel better. You can't help anybody else feel better. Everybody else after something different. People are insatiable. You could give them everything they want. I've done it. I've seen others done it. My mama's done it. Nothing new to this world. And they get what they want, and then they gotta have the next thing. And they get what they want, then they gotta have the next thing. Immediately. No wait, no flip time, no patience. Insatiable, 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 insatiable. You're majorly depressed because you cannot fill everybody's needs. You can't heal everybody because they are insatiably like an animal. They do not know when enough is enough. They do not know how to recognize a good thing nor how to say thank you properly. So when you start putting yourself first, that sadness goes away because you're going to succeed in your love, in living one vibrational energy, and that's your happiness, that's your joy, that's who you are. Who you are does not take effort to be, it's who you are. People ask me, how long does it take you to get ready? Uh, 10, 15 minutes, maybe? I go to sleep with most of the stuff I have on. Wake up, take my shower, do my thing, doop, doop, doop. Put a couple items on, good to go. Why? Because this is me. This is who I am. I like it. If I can't sleep with it, then I need to refine it. I need to make it mine and be comfortable with it. If it does not fit with my comfortability, I don't want it. There are times when uncomfortability is very important to get out of the mix of something. If you've been stuck in something too long, some can change up the whole situation. Just a moment of lights out. Oops. Turned out all the electricity, shut down the Wi-Fi, went down to zero, hit negative on the fucking breaker, turning the goddamn breaker off. Go for 4 hours without power around you. You might feel better. Give it a try. Don't do anything you don't know how to do. Don't hurt yourself, or you don't get shocked or anything like that. You don't know what you're doing, don't mess with it. But you get where I'm going. Something out of the norm can shake up what has been repeating. That's what I've learned how to do. Sometimes you create a new pattern, you just gotta throw a wrench in the engine. It's gonna stop things, and when things stop, we will figure out something else. Decide something else. Choose something else. And the hardest thing for a healer to do is to recognize and accept that they failed. I have tried and tried and tried and tried and tried. These are years. And tried with other people on one person. And I had failure. I could not accept that I could not help this other person. That's why I kept trying. Admits that failure, and admits that failure, and admits that failure, and admits that failure. Because I had to respect the other person for who they were, and I stopped having to put myself onto them. Myself could grow past that. Myself could, if I heard it from the right angle, with the right volume, at the right twist, I myself will put it together and move forward. not them. It didn't work for them. I had to recognize my own failure. I can't succeed here. It's time for me, as kindly as I can, to give them a hug. Deuces, bro. I can't hang around no more. I don't give a fuck if it was marriage. I don't care. I don't care what it was. I don't care what it is. My daughters died a couple years ago, and my mother, who was my best friend, died in 2012. And my wife and everybody else kicked me to the curb, so that's where the fuck I am. Take it or leave it. I don't give a shit. I'm used to people fucking leaving it. I'll keep stepping. Nothing new to me. Hurt feelings? Fucking, I'll wake up tomorrow, just like my living one vibrational energy is. I'm a happy person. I'm gonna wake up happy tomorrow. I know that much. I'll cry. I'll yell. I'll do what I do. Control. Control. We got to express. Sometimes you got to roar like a lion. Sometimes you got to whatever we got to do. That action, that behavior can change up the whole body and the system. I feel comfortable. Yes, what you want to talk about? Okay, we could talk. But then you have that person who's like interrogating you and they want to fucking know all the answers and they pushing you and making you uncomfortable. Shit, I just shut up. I'll say it's a liquor word or nothing. You go push all day, I'm just gonna stop. If you won't let me flow, I'll flow. Adaptability, I mentioned on a regularity. Thank you, thank you. How? Okay, look. This is, I'm responding jokingly, but creatively, you know? Okay, said GT7 said, are you sure are you sure you're not number one? How can you be a villain doing your own shit? I don't know if you're talking to somebody else or myself, but I'm gonna personalize it because I did originally, and I would just say I focused on how can you be a villain. Well, sometimes, most of the time, the shaman's gonna show up first. The shaman is the shapeshifter. Loki was the best shapeshifter. Alright? That's why Loki is Loki. That's why we remember Loki is Loki. That's why I say you fucking already know. He was the archetype, man. He mastered this. And the shaman, we whatever you need us to be. Am I your hero? Am I your villain? Am I your supporter? Am I your guardian? Am I your friend? Am I your brother? Shit, I hope if we ever meet, we can hug. If you smoke weed, maybe the Mary Jane, I hope we could toke a bowl together. If not, no worries. And whatever else is fine. Recognizing there is no one image of us out there. There's no one perception of me out there. You have a different view from the person next to you. There's some elements where you're going to agree, but you both have your own personal viewpoint. So I accept there's 1,000 different versions of me in the world. I can accept my diversity in all of its forms and respect it and not want to change them. I can choose to value their values, not to like live my life by, not to change my standards by it, but to allow them to exist, allow you to be as you are, but just simply encourage you on your journey so that you can make steady and smooth progress amidst the world that really would like to see you fail. But I and many others, divines included, want to see you succeed, because your success is a fertile world for heaven to literally be constructed. As in heaven, also upon the earth. Let's just call heaven our thoughts for a moment, our energy. May our thoughts become our environment. As we think, may it be. May this be our reality. May we be able to construct something new, something that people have not seen before. Pull the cat out of the hat. Invent something new. Inspiration through everything we've ever touched, tasted, experienced. And for me, a whole bunch of that inspiration is learning what not to do. Learning where not to go. Learning what not to entertain has helped me really focus on what I need to. I've been in situations where the majority of my things, what I have is a quarter, 1/4 of the amount of possessions I had received upon my journey. And that all was taken from me. I made peace with that. I could spiritually, I could comprehend, not karmic, not a karmic, not an injustice, not that kind of a thing, but just this, it's time for the path to move forward. I need to get this stuff out of your way. Path to move forward. Not that it was bad, just this part of the tower falling. And as that tower fell and those pieces went out the window, then what I had remaining is what I focused on. Now, when I had everything was at a standstill. Everything just stopped. I had this project, I had that project, I had 4 or 5 projects I wanted to start. But because I had so many that I wanted to start initially, I was always at crux at which one should I start, so I wound up not starting any of them. Well, when the majority of my things were no longer with me, and it was only a quarter of the amount, let me focus. Okay, well, that's what I'm going to work on because that's what I got. I don't have the other things to work on that I wanted. This is my new project. That's what I moved forward with. And that was the divine, really. Essentially, they gave me a feast, a platter of all I wanted. And essentially, in the middle of me eating, they were like, done with that one. We got something else for you. Now, if I would have been busy fighting for my things that I lost, if I would have been worried about the things that I lost, if I would have been emotionally connected in a negative way to the things I lost, I could not receive what was to come next because I'd be looking that way. So, able to focus forward, able to take that, I was able to receive the new lesson and take the next step upon Jacob's ladder, upon the pyramidal ascension. Not an ascension from waiting till you die to happen, an ascension of your mentality matching your heart and your body, that harmony. And that type of ascension changes one's life. It doesn't just change your life, it changes the life for everybody around you. I got an acronym for REBEL. I saw myself as a little rebel. Rhetorically erratic behavior escalating love. Rhetorically erratic behavior escalating love. There's that pulse again. There's that regular beating. It's a new heart that we all have. And I believe that's what's creating a whole bunch of prosperity for people that never had it before. I've been hearing some little stories which have been lining up with what my heart's been feeling, and I encourage you to continue to be who you are and to continue to resonate your energy and your essence, because we are all creating a beautiful new world together. Cool. Glad GT7. Cool, cool. Dora Duncan. I appreciate the comments because I saw it back. He said, "No, no, he's very kind." So, but I gotta say, I just gotta say. So she was like, "You are very scary." Boo. uh, I'm scary by accident. It's just because, like, okay, so on all the history I did, Halloween, the reason why we dress up for Halloween is because we're scaring away the bad spirits so that we can enjoy the next evening with, as like, I think it's the Day of the Dead, right? It's the next evening, so we can enjoy and then like one's the Day of the Saints. I get them out of order, but so that we can enjoy the evening, a moment with our deceased relatives, with their spirits, with their souls, with their consciousness, however you want to see it. And so in that structure and in that format, I was like, I was a Jehovah's Witness growing up, so I never got to celebrate Halloween and all that stuff. And so I was like, hold on a second. It's real. Like thousands of years ago, they legitimately dressed up to scare away spirits, bad spirits, consciously, collectively, as a community. And we still do it to today. And I'm like, why just one day out of the year? Halloween every day for me. Let's scare them bitches away 24/7. One day a week, a year. What? No, no, no. And that opened up, that was many other aspects of my life, and learning to just live and be who I am every single day, not needing to change for conformity of somebody else's standards or uniform application. Hey, you want me to do a job? That's cool. I'm happy. Like, well, not really. I rather collaborate. Yeah. But I'm not down to wearing somebody else's uniform. I'm just not up for it. I don't mind wearing a piece of you on me, like whatever it is, like you value, culture wise, whatever. Like I'll make it a part of who I am. You know what I'm saying? I'll carry that with me, but I'm not gonna disrespect. I'm not gonna forget where I came from at every leg of my journey. Not just the beginning, but every leg of it. Every single piece that made me up who I am. And I'll tell you what, for the pieces that I had physically lost, or no longer have with me, those particular pieces I see in my mind every day, no matter where I go. It's like the physical items that I truly love, that I love the most, that are no longer part of my life. I literally visualize them without even trying. It just all the time. It lives with me every day. It feels like those things I actually gained the strongest connections with. Just like my mom when she passed away. She's my best friend already. We learned how to chat and not get upset at each other and understand that when we were having a argument, that argument happened because of a miscommunication. 99.9% of the time, miscommunication. I was thinking something else. She answered what she answered. I was thinking something different, but literally she answered what I wanted to hear, but it was the wrong grouping of words. It was a miscommunication, and I didn't know how to form it. I just got upset. So after she passed away, all those years remembering every moment and the experiences and the lessons and all of those things, and that instilled who Rosemary, who my mother, who my best friend was into my living actions. Because I couldn't go meet them in a stranger. I had to live like without even thinking about it. That's what I realizing what I did. That's what I did. Is I became that which was no longer in my life, of which I loved. And so in doing that, I'm able to have that aspect with me. I'm able to be who I am. I'm able to have that motherly care that I always wanted in my life, and to have those kind of things present, to embody that presence is a full heart. And a full heart, a complete heart. I tell you what, with that kind of a feeling, you can excel beyond the stars. That's why people doubt themselves. That's why they don't trust themselves. They haven't put all the pieces of their heart back together yet. And when they do, there's still a missing piece. They gotta find the missing piece. We mentioned the missing piece earlier, the Divine Mother herself. I guess what I should do is I should find a place for the jar of dirt, like maybe on top of the water. I don't know. I should find a place for the jar of dirt, and then when people ask, like even the moderators, if I don't see it, they could be like, "Yeah, it's right there next to his arm" or something. Or if I started to be like, "Yeah, it's just right there." Evie had said, "Do you know how many times people ask the dumb jar of dirt thing here every single day?" Laughing with tears. I'll do that. Okay, so like, okay, Evie had mentioned, she said, I'd love to be able to reach his level of mindfulness. It's a beautiful place to be. Okay, my mindfulness has massively, on my personal level, has come from being treated illy, going through the rough experiences. And when I felt those emotions, that's when I became aware that I don't want to cause other people to feel these emotions until I felt it, which meant experiencing it raw in the moment, not some comfortable guided path, but when I got the bumps and the scrapes and that kind of thing. That's for me, that's how my mindfulness set in permanently, like instant activation. And otherwise, books such as the Matu Netar, the Oracle system. I'm not telling you to go buy these items or anything. I share stuff from these regularly. I've read from these books regularly, so forth and so on. The card system by Alana Fairchild. The all it says Isis, but also the Oracle system that's here. The words that are in here are just beautiful and excellent, as many have heard as you've heard, Evie. And so essentially surrounding myself with the correct material, with healthy words and positive reinforcement, and teach me about myself from source material, not just watching somebody, but doing the due diligence to go into that on a daily regular basis is would be mine or yours equivalent of going to the gym. We're pounding on that. We're setting this in, so every single day this is what we're pounding into our mind. This is what we're pounding into our mind. This is what we're pounding into our mind, and all the other subjects and that we share and talk about, or whatever it is yours that you're particularly drawn to, okay, to be mindful of. So you don't necessarily need the experience. Maybe you're able to buy a book, watch a movie, put a couple things together and be like, holy crap, that fucking sucks. And now you're aware of it in your mind. Because you're aware of it, boom, that awareness has opened up the uh, that awareness is the key to your eternity, because you can move forward and be able to see how those things click together, and you can know how not to, how to be mindful, and how to as much as one can. We can't be Mary Poppins for everybody. Some people we gotta be Godzilla. um, Putting this into the brain over and over and over, not needing a teacher, not needing a guru, not needing a professor, but just finding the real book yourself and just digesting it, day after day after day after day. Well, then what are you going to talk about? What you've been pouring in your brain. So if you jump from 30-second video to 30-second video to 30-second video, then you can't maintain long time span paying attention to something. But guess what? Because you've been checking out here every single day for 5 fucking hours a day, or whenever you get on till the end, you can match that time easy with your head in a book. Your attention time span is that long now. We've been working out in the gym every single day. You didn't even know it. And now you can reprogram your mind. You can put software into your hardware. And repetition creates pulse. That long-term pulse is the stability. That resonance is what you become. Law of attraction now kicks in, and you're going to bring everything you truly desire, everything that's going to support you, everything that's going to complement you. Your whole family of resonance is at that time going to actually start manifesting. You can reach this. You can reach it. You can go beyond this. Yeah, I know we talked about it just a moment ago, but just even looking at it, I see jar of dirt and I start laughing. I'm glad you found the stream as well, Pyro Aura. Super welcome, Shell Bully 6670. I think that's Bully, yeah. Woolly Bully, Woolly Bully. That's what I think of this song. No disrespect intended at all. I love that song. Very welcome, very welcome. Miss Lorraine, Miss Lorraine, if you know or not, if you believe or not, she's very much kicking. Her mind is moving, and she speaks to you every day. You see those moments. This is why I speak a lot about belief. If we don't believe that something is possible and real, it doesn't matter how much the bird sings, I'll never get the message. But if I believe, then I understand why there's a repetition of it in my life. I understand why the presence is there, and now I can be comforted, not irritated. Believe. Okay, so here's here's a reality. Um, for instance, okay, Ra is associated with what the hawk, right? The hawk, eagle, whatever the case. Okay, forgive me on specifics. But is that divine predatory bird? There's like 3 or 4 of that sort in existence. But for him to connect with this, with the hawk, the eagles. Look, let me show you this. This is why it changes for every region because the animal can be a little bit different. But look, okay, we got that form, feathers going down, but over here, feathers are going up. The white and black, I see eagle. I see the same one right here. And that is worn because he is connected to that bird. So in one region of the world, the hawk may be present, and in another region, the eagle may be present, or whatever the case. And in that regard, They're wearing the headdress of that sort because they can actually see, speak, and hear through that species, through that animal. Specific presences of different animals in one's life, their continued presence, and those anomalous, like, whoa, that was weird kind of moment, that was spiritual alignment. That was spiritual alignment. That was divine timing. And so the animals and humans are very much connected. And I'll tell you firsthand, one does not control the animal. It doesn't guide exactly where it's going through the sky. The heart connects with another individual's heart. That animal will be in the area and they will pick this up in their own nature of being, guided by the electromagnetic forces within the atmosphere. And they will actually go over an area and send a message. And for those who hear it, well, there's no better than hearing a message delivered to you through an animal of nature. That is something unique. It is reassuring. And when you see these things happen on any type of recurrence, then you see that you are definitely following divine law and order. And what is divine law and order? But the will of your heart, the desire of your heart, the truth of your heart. We know what's good and wrong in this world. It ain't too hard to distinguish that much, I don't think. Very welcome, Miss Lorraine. Truly, truly. Um, Evie put in all caps, you put, yo, Citra, please talk more on this in future. What specifically was I saying that you wanted me to speak more on? Was it the connection of animals and people? I think that's what I was talking about. It could have been something else very easily. Um, and then going back to Miss Lorraine, um, so I lived with somebody, and I'm not going to go into much detail at all, but I made this out of spite. I did. I made this out of spite. It's the only thing I ever put in leather. I sewed a bunch of stuff together. But this says, Thomas hears you. At the beginning it says you, but that's tied off. It says, Thomas hears you. Because my ex's father's name was Thomas. And I spoke with Thomas every day. Me and Thomas were best friends. For like 8 years. And all she could focus on was that her father died. She had all the happiness at her fingertips, but because she chose to focus on the physical reality and not the actual reality that was trying to come to her quite directly, missed out. And perhaps that's all changed. I, I've been at other places and I wound up speaking with their ancestor, their deceased relative, and I'll share details that I couldn't have known. There's no way of guessing this kind of stuff. And it just comes to me and I share the information and it's on point for point. So I encourage you, um, if you feel any hesitation in embracing that reality of her presence, you probably likely have one already, but you get yourself a little journal. Keep record. And you can trace every event, every memory, every little thing. You could look back. And you could, and for me, what that helped me do is on my journey, is that as I went experiencing the unknown, I was making certain mental advancements. Well, at a certain point in my journey, which I thought would happen, I got a little lost. And I was able to sit down in my nice safe spot and I was able to go backwards. This is why I read books from back to front. I don't know why I go buy a magazine and get something like that. Well, I used to. I don't buy magazines anymore. But I read from the back to the front because I'm reading where I am tracing back from where I got lost from and I'm finding myself again. And I go, uh-huh. That led to that, that led to that, that led to that, uh-huh. Oh, yeah, uh-huh. Oh, got it. Know exactly where I am in life. No worries, I'm good. Not lost. No bumps, no nothing. All I had to do was sit down for a moment and I trace over my log, trace over my history. And after long enough, that became just the mental and heart. And I found that once faith was already put in place, once belief was already there, it was from the divines themselves. They were wanting to build trust with me. And that's what they were wanting to happen, is for us to build trust with each other. They really trusted me because they already saw my heart. They saw it where nobody else was looking. They saw where, I was all by myself. That was my own decision. I did what I did, and they saw me for me in my entirety, and they said, I can trust this one. So they started leaving omens, little signs for me, and allowing me to see those signs, see those omens, see those occurrences, those oddities that are truly similarities in life, just so close and under just the clicks with what we're going through. So, oh my goodness. That's because it was an omen, it was a divine message. That was letting you know you are on the right track. Continue, continue, don't stop, continue. And then after long enough, we get our footing, and now we're walking and dancing and twirling, and people don't know how to keep up with you. Good, lets you stay one step ahead in a world where we need to make some good changes, some positive changes. It's good to stay ahead. What's up, Ryan James Foster? Hey, hey. A card. Yeah, we can go. We can pull a card. Askium. Uh, I'm the guy helping you realize all the charlatans that have been duping you. That's a real one on that one. I am not. Namaste, Joyce. Till next time. Oh, welcome back, C Master. Most definitely welcome back. Okay, look, this is something I wanted to talk about. Okay? I'll pull a card. I'm gonna pull a card next. But this is something I wanted to talk about. And I'm gonna bring it up. Alright? Now, everybody that's been here for an elongated amount of time, you've all seen me laugh today, as opposed to the amount of tears I can freaking chalk up easily, alright? You've seen my mood, you felt my essence, you've been vibing here a little bit longer, most. Pay attention to this comment. I'm not going to mention the name here. Pay attention to this. This was a comment typed in here. Cetra, I feel something different about your vibration today, brother. Hope you are well. Is something troubling you? This is an underhanded, manipulative attack. My energy feels great. I feel exactly who I'm supposed to be. That kind of comment is put in your way when you're going through personal stuff in your own life to completely pull you out of the Zen state you're in. Don't go for the bait. Stay in your Zen and know where you are. Be aware of everything around you. Now, I ain't saying the individual who made that comment's up to no good, but that very thing to me is a big ass motherfucking pay attention, Ashley. Card. Know thyself. If you truly know thyself, if you know you better than you know anybody else, then you know an answer that no one else can calculate. And when you see somebody try to be manipulatively aggressive, I said this the other day, there is no passive aggressive. You are either passive and let it go, or you are aggressive and you're gonna fuck with it. There ain't nothing in between that shit. The key is one person, they gotta smile. Oh yeah, no, not at all. So you didn't know shit was going on and they were manipulating your ass from the get-go. If you know thyself, no one can trick you for the good or bad. We learned today under the definition of trick that tricks can be done for a positive thing. Check out the definition. Interesting stuff. The card we pulled up is Divine Sun Child. This brings in blessings of the Sun Falcon. I'm just talking about this. Blessings of the Sun Falcon, the Divine Sun Child, Hiru, son of all Set and all Sword, flow to you now, beloved initiate. It is time to allow your life to flourish without limits, to let your light burn bright and without veil, just like the midsummer sun burning without contest in the Egyptian desert. Blessings of the Sun Falcon herald the time when your divine legacy is being born. It is your time to burn bright. It is also a metaphor for our inner world. Our divine feminine must stay true to her values of love, healing, and the triumph of creativity over destruction, born of fear and hate. She must never give up her belief in her ideals. Our divine feminine is our body, whether man or woman, our inner values and the ideals that make our hearts beat stronger and feel correct within our belly. With such love for her inner divine masculine, she never gives up on her belief in him either, and in her desire for their togetherness, it leads to his healing, even if he has been lost, fragmented, and thought dead. The divine masculine is our spirit, whether woman or man, that our body desires to unite with, to help it come to life and light in a new and blissful way. The love in our hearts calls our spirit home into our bodies. We become able to stand firm, take action, and make choices that allow our inner ideals to become part of our world. We live according to our values, not just hold them inside ourselves. Finally, as our divine feminine and masculine unite within our bodies, a new golden consciousness is born. Now, this is the sun child Hiru with an eye that is the moon and an eye that is the sun, representing the perfect balance of masculine and feminine in harmony with each other. The sun child is the new self, filled with love, light, and power in the world. It is the authentic self, living the inner truths in the outer world, an agent of healing on the planet, and inspiration for others to be bold, brave, and vivid enough to walk their own path to eventually receive these same blessings. As the sun falcon, with a burning golden solar disk above his head, he descends to you now, blessing you with great light, good tidings, and a creative potency to manifest your life's legacy, that which has meaning and preciousness to your heart and soul, successfully. He is the sign that your heart needs to know it will triumph. The solar principle for which he stands honors creativity and light in all forms: music, art, writing, and more, way more. What is in your heart? Are you building a spiritual legacy in your life now? Even if from seemingly small or impossible beginnings, great things are possible for you and your creative spirit. To allow these sacred blessings to empower your creative birth now, in many ways you are guided to let go of thoughts or feelings that is impossible or too hard or cannot be done, honoring the need to create as part of your natural life expression as a way for you to receive these blessings. You are born to shine like the sun. You just are, and there's no question that it will happen. This oracle of the sun falcon can also indicate a new life changing opportunity on its way to you. And when your heart sings, say yes. I'm telling you from personal experience. If you hear music in your head and you got nothing freaking playing, say yes. That's divine resonance. When your heart sings, say yes. Do not give up until you have your success. The sun will shine on you and you will succeed. And if you'd like to go on this guided meditation, if you're in a safe spot, you can close your eyes. If not, then just listening is okay. you'd like to, go ahead and close your eyes and become aware of the light of the sun or a candle in your own heart. Imagine that you become aware of a magnificent golden falcon within that flame, with wide wings and a fierce call, shining like a sun, full of golden light. Above the head of the falcon is a solar disk, a sun, golden and strong. Feel the golden light emanating from this source and say, I now receive through unconditional love the golden light blessing of the sun falcon. I welcome your unconditional love and assistance and blessings into my heart and my life now. Help me foster life and creation now, beloved Sun Falcon. I honor my creative inner sun and allow it to be powerful and bright through my own free will as a sovereign being of light, so be it. Stay with this golden light. And as you keep that light focused, Hiru, Falcon of the Golden Sun, my creative energies have begun to shine bright and strong, help my creative projects along to fulfillment and completion, pure with your will, light so sure. Hiru's Falcon of Golden Sun, my success and winnings now come. Kepra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum, kansu, 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 arsimi toki shabu na, au banana sham truina, hai, arsimi toki shabu banana sham truina, hai, arsimi toki shabu banana sham truina, hai, abra, 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 abra. Very welcome, very welcome. Okay, Evie, well, you get going. Well, thank you for sticking around. I love you all very much. I appreciate you here. I gotta say, Mama Boosie said we gotta chat more about the music. That's a truly divine, beautiful thing. I tell you what, oh my goodness. Mm, that's a solid connection right there. You got a really great heart. You got a beautiful heart. I love you all very much. Many blessings, as we say, Donna De Gawai, until we see you next time. All blessings, all blessings.